Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Sorry, everyone. I had to go and wash my hands. So sorry. And I had to put the lights on and stuff like that. So welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. Welcome. And thanks for joining us. According to Sarah P. Like to support the channel, best ways to do so: PayPal and buy me a coffee. Dave has been here all by myself. I was here, Dave. Don't worry. Hey, Lady Di made it over. Bex made it over. Dan made it over. Watch chat is crazy. Yes, crazy women in the chat. Katie made it over. Sarah P made it over. So far, he has done good today. Redirectors, don't mess up the last one. No, I've set them all up, so I'm not weird. How dare you? Peace and quiet. Did I get lost teleporting? No, I had to go and close the curtains, put the lights on, and wash my hands. Do you know what, people? Sometimes I hate OCD. It makes me do stuff I don't want to do. The defendant, the jailhouse snitch, and the prosecutor of the defense witness list. Yeah, Dave, don't spoil it, Dave. Oh, why did you have to do that, Dave? That's why I want to play it. Yes, the prosecutor. Fuck. I'm going to have to mute Dave, I think. Dave loves to spoil things. I don't get it, Dave. Why? Why, Dave? Oh, if I didn't love you, I would ban you. He did spoil it because it does. You wouldn't have known. It comes up. It does come up. You need to watch it when it comes up. Right. You're lucky I love you, Dave. Otherwise, you would be toast here. Right. Here we go. Before we get on, though, thank you to Bexy for the 5 copies for, I can't say this, Cinco de Mayo. Thank you, Mexi. I'm not sure if she's watching today or whether she's lurking or whether she just sent it anyway. But thank you, Mexi, for the coffees. Appreciate you for that, my darling. Right, here we go. Let's get this up here. Right. Oh. Let me get to the space here.
right, let the record reflect the state's defense counsel and the defender are present. And so the state's rested. It's time, I guess, to determine what, if any witnesses or anything you want to call the defense. So what is it that you want to do?
Judge, I wanted first, before we did that, I want to prompt the court because the defense intention of calling Ms. Wolf to testify.
Who?
Ms. Wolf, the prosecutor, in order to impeach the testimonies given by Emma Wright yesterday. That Tom Stein was the shooter, that she saw the shooting happen, and that I would like to use Ms. Wolf's testimony to impeach her, in that Ms. Wolf has a very keen understanding of the case, and that Ms. Wright has never made that statement to her previous to yesterday.
Okay.
That's my intention. And I gave the state a heads up. I didn't want a big debacle and
Okay. Other than that, are any other witnesses?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Defense intends on calling Christopher Horn Jr.
Okay. So we've got him here or downstairs, but he can be brought up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And then as to Mr. Stein, have you had an opportunity to talk to your attorneys about whether you want to testify or not testify?
Yes, sir.
Have you made a decision?
Yes, sir.
What's your decision?
I will.
Okay. All right. So we've got quite a bit of testimony then this afternoon. What says the state in regards, I guess, to having Ms. Wolf testify?
We're opposed to it, but we were just told this 5 minutes ago, so we'd like to see
Oh,
the
okay.
case law. We've been on break and didn't get any heads up till just now. So
Okay. Sure.
obviously we would object, but we need to see what the case law says and how that.
Okay. All right. I guess I can give you all a little bit more time. I can go upstairs, let you all check on that.
Judge, if the court would like, I can also supply Your Honor with the case law that I've given to the states. They know where we're coming from.
Okay.
Judge, do you want that now?
Yeah, one second. Go ahead.
Judge, Marshall versus State, 68 Southern Third.
Wait, slow down just a little on the numbers. What is it?
68 Southern Third, 374.
374. Okay.
And we have Pugh versus State. Six three seven Southern Second, 313.
Okay.
Finally, Williams versus State, 472 Southern Second, 1350.
13 what?
1350.
All right. I'll go upstairs, take a look at those cases, and then let you all have a chance to look things up yourself.
All rise.
And we'll come back here.
We are live back on this now. So state they're going to look for some case law, just so that we can obviously see if they will need to testify or not. Yes, he was crying, Mark. He was crying. I suppose it's a big thing for him, you know. I would testify. I think the state they're just having to throw something at this now, because the first two witnesses yesterday, or not first two yesterday. So the second, third witnesses, the victims themselves that were there on the evening, they threw a massive spanner into the defense's case, and they're not going to be able to walk it back from that in a lot of ways. So they're trying everything they can to show that the state knew. I don't know what the defense knows, how they're going to impeach them. I have no idea. I have no idea what they're going to do and whether this is going to be allowed. I don't think. Well, I don't know whether it's going to be allowed in front of the jury or not. I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to see what comes of this, but this is quite interesting. This doesn't normally. It's not something that normally happens. If you remember the Alec Baldwin trial, the prosecutor took the stand in that one and had to be a witness. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right, KD. I should take it down. Hang on, there you go. Seems like it basically the remedy for what happened earlier, that when she testified to on the stand, she had never said before until trial, and the defense wasn't aware. No, the defense wasn't aware of it. However, the defense are trying to say that the state were aware of it, which is the issue. The fact that she said it on the stand is not the issue, because obviously you can testify to whatever you want on the stand. It's the fact that she believes that the defense believed that the state knew she was going to testify and say that's their issue. And I think they're going to. I don't think they've got any evidence of it. I think they're going to speculate by saying, "Well, how did you, in your opening, say that you had people to identify him as a shooter when they've not brought any witnesses, to state what you said in your openings? So you must have known that she was going to testify to that. Because if you didn't know, then how did you say in the openings?" So basically, the same argument they made when it happened. Basically, the judge overruled it because, as court officers, the judge said, "Well, I got to take their word for it." So they say that they didn't know, so we'll take it like that. But I think now the defense will be like, "Well, Your Honor, I'm afraid to say, but I don't believe them, because essentially they stated that they knew all this in their opening statements, and they presented no witness to verify this throughout the trial." So that leans more towards that they did know. However, the judge is tied, because he's like, "Well, unless you're going to show me evidence better than that, there's no more I can do about it. Sorry, but but the defense have to throw everything the kitchen sink at this." So, I don't know if they can get that out. Now, do I? Sketchy. I think it's their last throw of the dice. I think he's going to be found guilty based on that testimony. So I think they got to put everything in it. I don't think it's going to work, but I think it's just like one of those last grenades. Let's put it in there. That's why I think it might be done outside the presence of the jury. But then, no, it will be in front of the. Oh, I don't know. Did you watch that on Law and Crime? I watched it. What did you watch? I wish I didn't know excuse me, during the Baldwin trial, I was just screaming, talking to my husband in the living room during that shit show. Well, I can say on behalf of the chat that we are glad that you did not know us back then, and your poor husband. I won't say anything further than that. Bex, did you watch on Law and Crime? I watched it. That's where you watched it, is it? Bex saying, "Oh, Bex, and did he die?" I don't know when you all. Oh, you probably came here, but was Baldwin after Karen Reid? I don't remember. Was it after Karen Reid? I honestly don't remember, because didn't you guys come here when Karen Reid was on, or were you after Karen Reid? I have no idea. I did my stream job with TV, and my husband hated every moment of it. Your poor husband. He did sign up for it. You're right. Refresh my memory on that testimony again, please. I don't know what you're on about. Sorry, Lady Di. Bex facts, 100%. Yeah, if you sign for it, unless there's another stipulation called divorce, that is something. During, I think, or right before. Okay. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure KD Lady Di came here during Karen Reid. I watched it with you, Delan. Yes, you did. You did. Well, I mean, I've tried that. I think everyone can attest to this, that, I've tried really hard to get rid of Sarah P, but she is, she's stuck here, I think it'd have been a law was in between of the true trials. Okay. During, I think, or right before, about the prosecutor and witnesses. I think it's just something that the witness said that they saw Thomas Stein with a gun or whatever it was, and the state said they didn't know that she's going to testify to that. And in their opening, the prosecutor said something along the lines of, you will see, somebody will place Thomas Stein with a gun, blah, 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 trying to shoot or something like that.
Chris, thank you for doing.
There you go, Katie.
Okay.
I came before the trial one day. Yes.
All right, let the record reflect state's present, defense counsel, and the defendant are all present. Okay.
The state had the opportunity to read over the case law sent by the defense as well as do some of the research of our own. We are absolutely objecting to, I'm objecting to my co-counsel being called as a witness for a number of reasons. I'd first like to cite to the case law they presented, which is Marshall v. State, and I believe that's the only case on point where a prosecutor was allowed to be called. And in this case, the issue is that the prosecutor was told prior to the trial by the victim that the defendant was not the driver of the suspect vehicle. The prosecutor then gave that information to the defense attorney, and during the trial, when the defendant's counsel asked the victim whether he had told the prosecutor that the defendant was not the driver, the victim said, "I don't recall." At that point, the defense is left with the only witness he or she can call is that prosecutor to say, yeah, the victim did tell me this information. In the situation we have here, first of all, Ms. Wolf, yesterday, we had a Richardson violation that was raised by defense because on the stand, Emma Wright said in redirect that the driver was the person who shot Kayla Rincon-Miller. And the driver she identified as a person with the blonde hair, the light blue eyes or blue eyes, something to that effect. That was, as the court found based on Ms. Wolf's testimony to the court, that was the first time that she's ever made that statement. She didn't make it prior to the trial. She didn't make it in any of her statements to law enforcement, and she didn't make it in her deposition. The defense properly impeached her with that and asked her if this is the first time you've ever said that. And I believe she said yes. And I think defense counsel said, you've given 3 statements or something to that effect, and was able to impeach her. Additionally, the defense also, through Frank Scarlato, impeached her with the fact that she had never made that statement before. So Ms. Wolf she actually has no information to even impeach her with because she was never given any information by Ms. Wright. In fact, the conversation she had with her was totally different. Ms. Wolf didn't ask her who the shooter was. We've never asked her who the shooter was because we know from her statements and from her information that she didn't know who the shooter was. So in this situation, the defense has numerous ways. They already have impeached her. The state is not even going to bring that into our closings because we have said all along, without Christopher Horn, this is a circumstantial case. And you heard from both in our opening, we didn't mention Mr. Horn, and then you heard from Ms. Wolf in our JOA argument that the JOA argument she lined out for the court is through circumstantial evidence. So we're not even going to get that. But calling Ms. Wolf would be entirely inappropriate. It's not proper impeachment to use her for that. And there's other ways to get that information in. Additionally, the defense provided a case that they had a highlight in and I believe it's Williams v. State, at the bottom of that page, it says, furthermore, although as a general rule, a lawyer should not testify in litigation in which he is an advocate, he may do so where unanticipated circumstances arise and when it is necessary to prevent a miscarriage of justice. In this situation, there's no necessity because, again, they have ample opportunity and have taken use of that to impeach Emma with her prior statements that she's never said Thomas Stein was the shooter. And additionally, she never told that to Alyssa beforehand. So all the defense would be asking Ms. Wolf is, well, isn't it true that Emma has never said this in any statements? Well, they can get that information in through the other statements. So at this point, the state believes that would set a chilling precedent that anytime a witness says something different on the stand than their statement, that a prosecutor could be called in. That should only happen when the prosecutor is the only person with information that would impeach that defendant. And she has nothing to be able to impeach her with at this point. So we'd ask you to deny.
Quick question, and Ms.
Yes.
Wolf was never listed as a witness or anything like
Of
that?
course not. No.
Right.
She wouldn't be able to be here.
I'm just putting that on the record.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Just with it.
Judge, Ms. Miller is correct. The only question really is germane is, was there ever a time that she had received a notice that Ms. Wright was going to testify the way that she did yesterday?
Isn't that what we went through yesterday, though? I went through with her?
I'm sorry?
Isn't that what I went through with her yesterday?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
When the court denied us the Richardson hearing.
Right.
Um,
But I asked Ms. Wolf those questions.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay.
So she had never been made privy to the fact that she was going to change her testimony on the stand.
Okay.
However, Judge, I'm able to call an impeachment witness to say that even before giving her opening statement, Ms. Wolf never knew of the change in statement from Ms. Wright. Does that make sense? Additionally, Judge, Ms. Wolf also indicated in the vestibule to me that Ms. Wright indicated that she never saw, or that Ms. Wright didn't even know what the object was in the driver's hand. So, I mean, that's also a change in testimony, Judge, that we're just being brought to light.
Okay. All right, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, I have reviewed the case law presented. I went up and read all the cases. I would say most of them revolve around the court, what the appellate courts deemed as improper, not allowing for defense counsel to impeach a witness with prior inconsistent statements. However, in this case, Emma Wright was allowed to be impeached. You did impeach her with prior inconsistent statements. You were able to cross-examine her on that. And as for your request to call Ms. Wolf as a witness, and I've listened to what you requested. I've listened to the state's objection to that, and I'll sustain the objection.
Judge, can I at least have a proffer from Ms. Wolf of the testimony she would have provided to the court and to the jury?
I'm going to object to that because you've already inquired of her what she knows or doesn't know, and that anything would be improper, and I don't think she should be subjected to questioning by Mr. Wheeler.
Well, are you going to ask her anything different than what I asked her yesterday?
Judge, in reference to the information that she gave to me in the vestibule, that Ms. Wright didn't even know what was in the driver's hand, which is also a conflict.
Okay, wait, slow down a little bit, because this is the first time you brought this up.
We can't, actually.
So what are you saying?
Judge, in the vestibule, I was having a conversation with Ms. Miller and Ms. Wolf. And Ms. Wolf indicated to me that she had no idea what Emma Wright was going to testify to on the stand yesterday. Before she had told
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
Before she had told me, I didn't even know what was in the driver's hand. And all of a sudden, and that kind of catapulted into the driver's hand of the shooter. Does that make sense?
You're not making sense to me. I'm sorry. You had a conversation with Ms. Wolf. What was said in the vestibule?
That Ms. Wright did not know what was in the driver's hand.
Okay. All right. I got that. Now what's next?
Now, all of a sudden, the driver's the shooter. Alluding that the object in his hand, if there was one, was a weapon or a gun.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. And you're asking me to let you proffer her statements about that conversation in the vestibule?
Her conversations with Ms. Wright, Judge, not with me.
Oh, I thought she had a conversation with you out there in the vestibule.
She was part of that conversation with Miss Miller, yes.
Okay. You didn't have a conversation with Miss Wolf about that?
She was there, Judge. We talked about, what she had received yesterday from, prior to Emma Wright taking the stand.
Right.
And then she adds a little extra, and she didn't even tell me that. She had told me before, she didn't even know it was in the driver's hand.
Okay. And when did you have that conversation with Miss Wolf?
10 minutes ago, Judge.
Okay.
So that alludes to me that she's had a conversation with Miss Wright, where Miss Wright's told her something different from the driver. She didn't know what was in the driver's hand to now the driver's the shooter.
And I think, didn't you question Emma Wright about her seeing any guns in the hands of any of the people involved and what her responses were in that?
Correct, Judge. And she informed us, she informed me, she
Jury.
informed jurors that everyone in the car had a gun.
Okay. All right, I'll let you respond.
Judge, I was part of that conversation. Nothing that was said to Ms. Wolf was any different or had any additional details that were not in her statements. Ms. Wolf is not in possession of any statements that could impeach Ms. Wright other than the same statements the defense has of the statements taken by law enforcement. As Your Honor correctly pointed out, he has properly impeached her. He's impeached her through the statements against her on the stand, as well as through Detective Scarlato. So it is entirely, he's twisting words, twisting conversation. There's nothing that is in the state's possession or knowledge that has not been turned over to the defense or that was not been turned over to the defense before Ms. Wright testified. It's clear through both Luann Dejet's testimony and Emma Wright's testimony. They gave numerous statements to law enforcement, and there were a lot of inconsistencies. And the way in which to handle those is through impeachment, which the defense attorney.
And I believe there was a line of questioning about you were really focused on the person that had a gun to your face and you weren't really looking at the guns and the others. I think you did go down that line of questioning in front of the jury with Emma Wright.
I did, Judge.
Okay. All right. Well, I've listened to the arguments. Again, I'm going to sustain the objection from the state. All right. Are we ready to bring the jury in then and begin with the defense case?
Judge, are we allowing Mr. Horn to come in unshackled, or is he going to?
How would you like to do? You want to call him first?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So we got to get him from downstairs, right? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it may take a few minutes, but so we can get him up here. I think that he would just be brought up, sworn in, just like the other witnesses, and put on the stand. Okay.
And Judge, I've already talked to Mr. Wheeler beforehand, as well as Ms. Wolf, about not calling a witness solely for impeachment. He said that's not what he's going to do. So
okay.
We're taking that as what he's
going
to
do.
Okay, so here we go. I mean, I do think personally, I think it's a little bit dodgy, these prosecutors, because like we say, I think with the problem we got is, I think the prosecutors know more than they're letting on. It's just the fact that semantics would be like, well, technically we didn't, where it's like, well, I think he did know. I think he did probably know that there's going to be some changes here. You may not have fully known everything, so I don't know. I also think that hearing the defendant speak earlier on, he was crying, speaking. I think that could be a disaster as well. But I think they're just throwing last things to it. Why are you hiding the blood? I just don't like conflict, if that makes sense. I shy away from it. I hate it. I just rather mute. It is quite a coincidence, because yesterday I believe she also said, well, we haven't put all our witnesses on, it's coming in through somebody else, and it didn't. So I understand the judge, right, because he has to take their words for it, because they, you know, they're not allowed to lie, you know, so they're officers of the court. That's what I was looking for. But like, I think that I think they're using grey areas, is what I'm thinking. My daughter will be back from the senior trip soon, so I gotta go get her. But still listening. No worries, Lady Di. That's fine. It's all good. I'm gonna, once he comes in and sworn in, I'll make a screen bigger, and I'm gonna go and get my lunch. I have got ham and coleslaw baguette for my dinner, not lunch, dinner. We see prosecutors lie all the time. Absolutely, Gravely was a good example. It is very rare that prosecutors get impeached and stuff like that, and it is tough because they're not supposed to lie. So if you ask them a question, if he could prove, then that's different. But it doesn't seem like he could. I think they've given up a bit on this court, on this case. I don't know what you're saying.
In the courtroom.
All right, let the record reflect state's present, defense counsel, and defendant present.
I would ask, prior to Mr. Horn being brought out, that you give your admonition, just because we have a lot of people in the courtroom.
Okay.
As far as
So, ladies and gentlemen that are in the audience in the courtroom, I have said this before, and I think you've probably heard me, but I certainly understand there are a lot of emotions involved in this case from many sides. The courtroom is not the place to express those emotions, either happiness, sadness, frustration, whatever, because the jury has to be able to do their work unimpeded, without any interference or anything from any members, obviously, in the audience. So if you feel like you cannot control your emotions or anything like that, please wait in the hallway. However, if you are able just to comply with the court's administrative orders regarding decorum in the courtroom, certainly you're welcome to remain. Just no expressions. The witness is testifying. I'll be looking out. I don't want to see rolling of eyes or signaling or, any kind of communication with a witness on the stand, regardless of who they are. Does everybody understand that? All right, then. So we're ready to.
Yeah, Lady Di speaking the truth. She's a woman, so she can find something to complain about. Spitting truth. You're right, Marky. Spitting truth.
Okay. It may take a minute, so once he knocks, then.
Just before they come back in again, thank you to Mexi for the 5 coffees, for Cinco de Mayo. Lovely. Thank you for the 2 coffees. Happy May Day. Maybe I'm a little bit crazy, but the world's insane. It's officially month of mayhem, where self-control takes a vacation, the weather's having an identity crisis, and life is sweet. Enjoy about this. Thank you very much to you, lovely. And again, thank you to Mexi as well for those. Here we go. Let's get back into court.
All right, please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm going to get some lunch. By a show of hands, was anyone not able to follow the court's previous instructions about doing research, looking up anything, discussing anything about their services as a juror on the case? Seeing no hands, you ready to proceed? Mr. Wheeler, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. The defense calls Christopher Horn Jr.
All right, sir. You'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, you take the stand. Okay, you can proceed when you're ready.
Mr. Horn, introduce yourself to the members of the jury.
Christopher.
All right, and so I'm going to ask you two to scoot up just a little bit and speak with a little more volume so that it can be accurately recorded.
Say that again, please.
Christopher.
Are you a junior?
Yeah.
Is that your legal name, Christopher Horn Jr.?
Yeah.
Where'd you live?
Just getting that microphone a little more directly towards you.
What you said?
There you go.
Where do you live?
In jail.
Where'd you live before that?
I don't know. Cape up. I didn't Cape.
In the Cape?
Yeah.
Who'd you live with?
My dad,
Who's your dad?
Christopher Unseen.
Do you have any cousins?
Yeah.
How many?
I got a lot I don't know.
I'm sorry?
I got a lot I don't know.
You got a lot you don't know.
Yeah.
Do you have any siblings?
Yeah.
How many?
4.
Who are they?
I gotta say my sibling name.
Yes, sir.
Bernice Horn, Chrisai Horn, Alonzo Stewart, and Cedric Stewart.
On March 17th, 2024, there was a murder in Fort Myers. You understand that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Cape Coral. Is that true?
Yeah.
2 months before that, well, strike that. How long had you known Thomas Stein for?
Like a month, probably.
A month?
2 months.
How'd you meet him?
To a friend.
Which friend?
To a friend.
Which friend?
Yeah, I gotta do all that with him.
You have to respond to the attorney's questions.
To a friend.
Judge, I've asked the court to direct the witness to answer the question.
I think he asked you who the friend is, right?
That's correct, Judge.
Yeah.
Daryl who?
For
Daryl Ford?
yeah.
Does Daryl Ford have a nickname?
Daryl Ford.
Does Daryl Ford have a nickname?
Yeah. DJ.
DJ. Do you have any nicknames?
Yeah.
What are they?
Lil Bust Down, Lil Bar.
I'm sorry?
Lil Bust Down, Lil Bar.
Little Buster and Little Buck?
Yeah.
Just go by the name Buck Buck?
Yeah.
What about Bubba?
No.
You don't know who Bubba is?
No.
Have you ever held a firearm before, sir?
Yeah.
When was that?
March 17.
When you were 17?
March 17.
On March 17th?
Yeah.
You never held a firearm before that date?
No, I did.
Okay, so besides March 17th, when else have you held a firearm?
I don't remember.
Do you make any videos of firearms?
Yeah.
What firearm did you have?
1911.
With a laser grip?
Yeah.
When I say laser grip, you grip the gun and the laser pops on, right?
Yeah.
Is that the gun that you had on March 17th, 2024?
Yeah.
Where's that gun now?
In the river.
Which river?
Key.
Which river?
I don't know.
Did you ever tell law enforcement where that gun was?
Yeah.
Do you know if they ever found it?
No.
Before being incarcerated, did you have a cell phone?
Yeah.
Did you have your cell phone with you on March 17, 2024?
Yeah.
Where's that cell phone at?
Look at loose hatchet.
How did it end up in the Calusa hatching?
I threw it in there.
When?
March 18th.
March 18th,
Yeah.
2024?
Yeah.
The day after the murder?
Yeah.
Were you with anyone?
Yeah.
Who?
My cousin.
What's your cousin's name?
I don't know his real name.
He's your cousin, but you don't know his real name? You're shaking your head no, is that correct?
Yes.
You know him by the name Jug?
Yeah.
What kind of car was he driving?
I don't remember.
All right, so tell the members of the jury how you discarded of your cell phone in the Calusa hatching.
I threw it in the water.
So did he stop in the middle of the traffic?
No, he didn't know. He thought I threw some paper out the window. He didn't know I threw it in the water.
So you just kind of opened your window and dropped it out?
No, I slung it.
You slung it.
Yeah.
Why'd you get rid of your cell phone?
Because I know my phone is linked to it's gonna be linked to the murder scene.
You knew the phone was going to be linked to the murder scene.
Yeah.
Did you have plans to commit a robbery on that phone?
What you mean?
Did you have plans to commit a robbery on the phone?
I don't know what you're saying.
Did you make plans with anyone that night?
When?
March 17, 2024.
It wasn't really plans. It was out of nowhere.
Just out of nowhere?
Yeah.
So who were you communicating with?
That's what you mean.
Who were you communicating with that night prior to the murder?
My co-defendant.
Who besides Thomas Stein?
My cousins.
The plan that you made with Thomas Stein that night, what was it?
You said what was it? It was supposed to go hit cars and kick car probably, but everything turned left.
You said the plan was to go hit cars. What do you mean by hitting cars?
Breaking into cars.
When you say breaking into cars, do you mean with like a Slim Jim or do you mean just trying door handles?
You know what I'm talking about, bro. You trying to be funny, bro. You know what I'm talking about. Breaking into cars.
Judge, ask the court to direct the witness to answer the questions.
So you just have to respond to the attorney's questions.
I am.
So did you have a Slim Jim? Were you actually going to break into the car or were you just trying door handles?
I don't even know what a Slim Jim is.
Okay. Were you just trying door handles?
Yeah.
Were you going to break windows?
No.
If you're going around trying to go into cars that are open, why'd you have a gun on you?
I ain't had no gun on me. I got a gun from my co-defendant. I ain't had no gun. I just got a gun.
You just got a gun.
Yes.
So why would you carry the gun with you to break into cars?
Gun was in the car.
Gun was in the car?
Yes.
So why was the gun in the car?
I don't know. The gun was already in the car before I got picked up.
I see. The gun in question was in 1911, correct?
Yeah.
And that's the one that you were making the rap videos with the laser sight?
Rap videos.
And you're taking videos of yourself with the gun
When?
on Instagram.
Me alive?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it true? Well, let me strike that, Judge. How many people were in the car that night?
Just two.
Just two?
Yeah.
The entire night? You're nodding your head yes.
Yes.
What about Jaden Fernandez?
We just went to his house for he bought some weed.
And I need you to just speak with a little more volume because I'm having trouble.
We just
hearing
wanted to go buy weed. He bought weed. And you know, we get stuck in the car.
So
I don't recall him stepping in the car.
you and Thomas C go and pick him up, right?
I don't think he got picked up. I think he's just in the doorway.
That's just when? What?
I think he was just in the doorway. I don't think he got picked up.
He was just in the doorway?
Yeah.
Did you ever state to Jaden Fernandez, hey, I want to rob a Chico?
No.
You ever state to Jaden Fernandez, hey, I want to catch a body?
No.
When you're driving around with Thomas Stein looking for cars to break into, you stopped at a church, didn't you?
Yeah.
What were you doing at the church?
Oh no, he was doing. My head was just my phone. He just put it in the church. My head was my phone.
Your head was in your phone?
Yeah.
And that's when two people got into the car, is that right?
No.
What were you wearing?
Sweatpants and red jacket.
A red jacket?
Yeah.
Like a jacket I'm wearing?
No.
Like a hoodie?
Yeah.
Right? You're wearing a red hooded sweatshirt.
Yeah.
And you had a mask, right?
Objection leading.
Sustained is the form of that question. It's leading.
I asked you what you were wearing, sir.
I told you what I wearing, bro. I wearing blue sweatpants and a red jacket.
Were you also wearing a mask?
Yeah.
Why'd you have a mask?
I just got the mask. I wear the mask before the robbery. I just got the mask.
Where'd you get the mask from?
I go to friend. I take it from him.
You took it from him? You've known Thomas Stein for about a month, you said, right?
Yeah.
Before this happened?
Yeah.
You described him as sweet, right?
Yeah.
Sweet meaning that you can take things from him like a mask.
No, it's just like no.
That you can come over and smoke his marijuana, right?
No.
You can get him to do what you want him to do.
Objection leading.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
You can get Thomas Stein to do what you want him to do, right?
No.
What do you mean by sweet? Like he brought you candy?
I don't know what you talking about.
You call him sweet, right?
I guess
What does that mean?
she's sweet.
Did he send you a Christmas card? What do you mean by sweet, sir?
Mm-mm.
So you and everybody else in the car are driving around.
They don't know everybody else. There's only one person, two people. There's only two people.
Just two people.
Yeah.
Did you ever tell anyone else that Jaden was the shooter?
No.
You never said Jaden was
I
the
made
shooter?
a ghost name out of Jaden, but I ain't never say Jaden was no shooter. I made a ghost name out of saying Jaden. I ain't never said Jaden was a shooter. I never said Jaden Fernandez was no shooter.
I didn't mention Mr. Fernandez. You mentioned Mr. Fernandez, right?
You said Jaden Fernandez. You basically saying Jaden Fernandez, put a name on him when you sent it.
So you told someone that Jaden was the shooter, right?
Jaden, ghost Jaden.
A
Yes.
ghost Jaden.
It wasn't a name. It was a makeup person.
So you made up a name,
Yes.
and the name you chose to make up was Jaden.
Yes.
Was that Jaden Fernandez?
No.
Was that Jaden Pagan?
No.
Was that some other Jaden we don't know about?
No. Only reason I brought the name up because I don't want my mom and my parents around. You know what I'm saying? A person that just killed somebody, you know what I'm saying? They gonna feel unsafe.
Was that because you killed him?
No, I didn't do that. I won't do that.
It wasn't your plan to rob anyone, right?
No.
And certainly, you didn't want to rob a girl. Is that right?
No.
And so when you rolled up,
I'm going to object to all these questions that I'm leading and ask that you be direct.
I've allowed some latitude with leading, but if you could just ask direct examination questions. Thank you.
after Thomas picked you up, where'd you go?
Supposed to take car Parkway, but we went to the movie theater.
All right. Did you find any cars to break into?
No, when he turned the movie theater, I didn't know where he turned. He said, out back movie theater. I didn't know where he turned the movie theater from.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that a little
Yeah, you
slower?
have to speak up a little bit louder again, like I said.
We can't hear you.
We was going down Cape Coral Parkway. He turned it to the movie theater.
So you turned into the movie theater.
Yeah,
What'd you do in the movie theater parking lot?
just riding around. I asked him what we turned it for. He said, out theater. I said, we got our phones on us.
Would you say OPP?
Ops, OPPS.
Ops.
Yeah,
Okay. So he's looking for ops now?
yeah.
He's looking for opponents.
I guess so. We don't got the same opponents. We just met. I ain't got no opponents.
You don't have any opponents.
No.
So did you see anyone in the parking lot of the movie theater?
No.
So did you leave the parking lot then?
Hmm?
Did you leave the parking lot then?
Yeah.
Did you look for any cars to break into?
I wasn't looking for nobody in the parking lot. My head was in my phone. I wasn't looking for nobody. I don't know what he was doing, but I wasn't looking for nobody.
Did Thomas Stein have a mask?
No.
So Thomas Stein picks you up. The plan is to go around looking for cars to break into. You go into a movie theater. You're looking for ops.
I wasn't looking for ops. He was looking. I wasn't looking for no ops.
Did you find any cars to break into?
No. No, we didn't supposed to break in no cars at the movie theater. We supposed to go to Cape Coral Parkway. Parents went left. I don't know why they went left, but they went left.
So the plan was you were going to get out of the car, try to get into the car if you can, and then come back to Mr. Stein, who was driving.
What location you talking about?
At the parking lot,
What location?
movie theater.
Which one?
The one that you just told the jury you pulled into.
I'm talking about the one with the Prado. Which one are you talking about?
Let's stick with Del Prado. You pulled into the theater. The plan was for you to get out of the car.
No. At the one over there, part of the plan was for me not to get the car.
But plainly, Thomas was supposed to be the driver because he wasn't wearing a mask.
He
Right.
wasn't a driver. What you getting at? What you trying to say? You trying to say I did it?
You were the only one with a mask.
You trying to say I did it?
Were you the only one with a mask?
Yes.
Did anyone, well, strike that. After you left the theater on Del Prado, what happened?
We never left. We went down the street. We were supposed to, you know what I'm saying? Rob these people at the bank right there, but he said the cameras was around. Then it was people walking down the street. It was a person.
I'm going to let you move up closer to the microphone because, again, you're very soft-spoken, so it's hard to hear what you're saying.
We was running down the street, supposed to rob the people at the bank, but he got spooked out and said there was cameras around.
So you were supposed to go into cars near the bank.
No, I just said rob people at the bank.
You were going to rob people at the bank?
Yes, but it was cameras. It was cameras around the area. He said no, so we was driving down the street. It was these people walking, minding their business. You know what I'm
Hang on
saying?
a second. I don't want to leave the bank yet. You're going to rob people at the bank at 9:30 at night on a Sunday?
Yeah,
Who was at the bank at 9:30 at night on a Sunday?
somebody.
Were there even cars parked at the bank at 9:30 on a Sunday?
Yeah,
All right. So isn't it true? I'm sorry. The plan was to go into the cars at the bank.
it went left. Nobody ain't supposed to get robbed. You know what I'm saying? We were supposed to go car hopping, but he turned into this area. You know what I'm saying? Started talking about robbing. We walking down the street. You know, somebody people walking down the street. It was one of the victims that looked like a male. He pointed him out and said, "That's robbed him." I said, "Nah, they probably don't even got nothing. They don't have nothing." You know what I'm saying?
Which victim looked like a man?
I don't know. It was one that looked like a male, short hair.
Are you talking about the white girl?
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yes.
She looked like a man to you?
Yes. We was driving down the street.
What about her look like a man to you?
Huh?
What about her look like a man to you?
What?
What about her appearance made you think that she was a man?
It was from a distance. I didn't see all those drugs. It was from a distance.
You didn't see her long hair?
No.
You didn't see her shirt with midriff?
No.
You didn't see the fact that she had breasts?
No. When
I'm sorry?
keep going.
So you're saying that Thomas Stein said, hey, let's go rob these people.
Out of nowhere, yeah. And I said no at first, you know what I'm saying? Then he drove around the block again. Like, you know what I'm saying, trying to press me, acting like I'm scared or something. And I let my pride get the best of me, and I did it. And you know what I'm saying? Somebody's life got messed up, and it affected a lot of people.
So you're saying you let your pride get in the way and then you did it.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I attempted to rob people, but I ain't, you know what I'm saying? I tried to stop. It was too late.
No,
Too late.
Mr. Horn, what did you do?
I attempted to rob people.
How?
I robbed one person.
How?
I hopped out with it, you know what I'm saying, the gun. But,
Did you hop out of the back seat?
no.
You sure?
Yes.
So
And I told him,
You hop out of the front seat then? You hop out of the front seat?
yeah.
And who'd you go to?
When I looked, that one that am right, the one that we pushed around the corner, he never ran the corner. I looked back.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand any of that. Can you say that again?
Am I right?
Am I right?
Yeah.
So you ran up to Am I right?
Yeah.
And what'd you do?
I up, you know what I'm saying? And I looked back, looking for him, and I looked back. In a quick second, he shot.
You looked back from Am I right and you saw who?
Him up in Kayla.
Him?
Him got his gun at Kayla, and I looked back
Him who?
to my co-defendant.
You're talking about Thomas Stein,
Yeah.
the driver of the vehicle.
Yeah.
But everyone says there's 4 people in the car.
No, it just sounded like it was 3 people, because I shut the door when I got scared. When I ran, I grabbed on the back door, then I grabbed on the front door and shut it. So it sounded like 3 car doors shut. That's probably what I think it was 3 people.
But when the car stopped, all 4 doors open.
No,
How'd that happen?
no, 4 doors ain't open. You flagging.
I'm what?
You lying.
I'm lying.
Yeah.
Did you say I'm flagging? Was that what you just said?
Yes.
So if I said all 4 doors open, that's a lie.
Yeah, that's a lie.
So you look back at that exact moment, and Thomas Stein shoots Kayla. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
What gun did he have?
40 cal.
40 cal.
Yeah.
Had you seen that gun before?
Yeah.
Had you held that gun before?
Yeah.
Prior to stopping with these girls, did you use any drugs?
Hmm?
Did you use any drugs?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
What'd you use?
I was always on drugs.
You're always on drugs.
Yes.
What were you using?
Marijuana, I think, and I think I popped pills.
What kind of pills?
Hertz.
You're popping Percocets.
Yeah.
You weren't taking any fentanyl?
No.
So after the shot rings off, you get back in the car, is that right?
I run. I asked him. I started screaming. I asked him, "Why did you shoot? Why did you shoot?"
So when the girls said that they heard somebody say that, that was you saying that?
Yes.
So when you got back in the car, you opened another door besides your own?
Nervous trying to run to the back, just trying to look and run at the same time.
So you ran to the back door?
I ran to the back door. I got to the back door. I shut it, and I ran to the front door, passenger seat,
Why?
because I was nervous.
You were so nervous about getting the car fast enough, you went to the wrong door?
Yeah.
Which side did you get into?
The passenger seat.
So you opened the back passenger side door first?
Then I opened the passenger back door, then I opened the front.
Was your gun loaded?
No.
It was an unloaded gun?
Yes. I told him to unload his gun before he got out of the car. But he backdoored me and he didn't unload the gun. He kept one in the head.
So let me get this straight. I want to make sure this is clear for the jury. You had an unloaded gun, but you got the gun from Thomas, and he gave you a loaded gun, and he backdoored you by putting one in the head.
In his gun, yeah. I told him before it happened, take the bullets out the gun, but you know what I'm saying, he didn't listen.
So you told him to take the bullets out of his gun?
Yeah.
What'd you do with your bullets?
I took the clip out the gun.
You took the magazine out of the gun?
Yeah, it was never nothing in the head, none of that.
I'm sorry?
It wasn't never no bullets in the head, none of that.
There was never any bullets in it?
Yeah.
Even with the magazine?
Yeah. Only reason the shell got caught in the gun, but the gun down.
So I'm confused. The shell got caught in the gun and the gun jammed, but there are no bullets in the gun.
In his gun.
In his gun?
Yeah.
Were you holding the Glock or was he?
He was.
Why did the gun jam?
Because he shot.
What was he doing when he shot?
I don't know. I just looked back and seen him shoot, and it was just too fast. It was like too fast. Like that's why I feel like he, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I feel like he knew it because it was too fast. Like
You felt like he knew her.
yeah, it was too fast. It was like 2 seconds.
How did he know her?
I don't know. You ask him that. That's your defendant.
Did you know her?
Nope.
Did you know her right?
Nope.
Did you know Luann Dejai?
Nope.
What school did you go to?
North.
I'm sorry?
North.
Nerf?
North from our high.
Was there ever a revolver in the car that evening?
No.
So what'd you do when you got back in the car? What's happening?
I'm screaming. I'm asking why he shoot.
You're screaming at him.
Yeah.
Sure he's not screaming at you?
No.
Or any of the other guys in the car?
There wasn't nobody else in the car. You just like trying to put words in my mouth. There wasn't nobody else in the car.
Where'd you go?
He went to his house.
Straight there?
Yeah.
You didn't drive around first?
No.
When you got to Stein's house, what happened?
We was arguing.
You were arguing.
Yeah.
Like physically arguing or verbally arguing?
Verbally.
Was there ever a time that you became a physical fight?
I don't recall.
You don't recall swinging on Tom Stein?
It was 2 years ago, so I really don't recall. Yeah, I think I did.
Did you pull a gun on Thomas Stein?
No.
Did he pull a gun on you?
Yeah.
What happened then?
The shell showed from the gun. And I told him the shell and the gun. We started talking. Then we burned the clothes up and I went home.
Hang on. So the shell was stuck in the gun.
Yeah. And I sweet talked him.
What do you mean you sweet talked him?
I sweet talked him.
How so? What'd you say?
Told him we dog, what you doing? I said something like that. Told him we dog, what you doing? I said something like that.
Is that when he took the shell casing and did what with it?
I don't recall what he did with the shell casing.
Did you ever tell anyone that he flushed it down the toilet?
I don't remember.
Would reading a copy of your deposition refresh your recollection? Would reading a copy of your deposition refresh your recollection as to what he did with the shell casing?
Huh?
You just said that you don't remember what he did with the shell casing, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that I just asked you that, or you don't recall what he did with the shell casing?
I don't remember. I think he flushed it down the toilet. I really don't remember.
Okay. You told law enforcement that he flushed it down the toilet, right?
I think so.
So why doesn't Thomas Stein drive you home then?
Because I ain't want to take him home. I ain't trust him. I texted my dad and told him I need a ride.
You didn't trust Thomas Stein to take you home?
No.
Why?
Because he just killed somebody for no reason. I don't even know if somebody got killed. Somebody got shot for no reason.
So instead of having him take you home, you were going to hang out there at his house?
No, I stood out the door for like 30 minutes for my ride, but he sent the wrong address.
I see. So you stood outside of his house for 30 minutes?
Yeah, like something like that.
You're waiting for your ride?
Yeah.
Was someone coming to pick you up?
Yeah.
Who?
I don't know, one of my dad's friends.
But you said he gave you the wrong address?
Yeah.
Or he gave your dad the wrong address?
He sent my dad the wrong address.
So why were you using Thomas Stein's phone?
My phone, I was watching him. I made him put the address. I knew his address, but I just made him put it in to watch him because I ain't want to try to shoot me in my face while my head was in my phone.
Okay. So you had Thomas Stein put in his address.
Yeah.
You made sure that he was doing it so you could watch him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But then you watched him put in the wrong address.
I didn't watch him. I would just watch him. My phone was up here. How can I, see what he put in?
So your dad sends a car, the car goes to the wrong address, right?
Yeah.
Your dad calls you, and obviously he's upset, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
He was just upset telling me I sent the wrong address. Then I asked him. I think he asked me. My co-defendant asked me, can his mom take me home? I said, I don't care. I was trying to get up out of there. And I went home.
So his mom took you home?
Yeah.
Did his mom have any idea what the two of you had been doing?
Not until the next morning.
So his mom drops you off, right?
Yeah.
And you're sitting in the back seat.
Yeah.
Who's in the front seat?
His sister.
The next morning, your family reaches out to Ms. Stein, right, and asks for a meeting?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Are you part of that meeting?
Yeah.
Where do you meet?
Yes.
Where do you meet?
You said, where do we meet?
Yes.
My grandma's house.
Is that Maudine's house?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Maudena?
Yeah.
Where's your gun at this point?
Hmm?
Where's your gun?
No.
The gun that you had during the course of the robbery when you were robbing these girls. What'd you do with the gun?
Me?
Yes.
I think it was gone. But no, it wasn't going. I don't remember.
Did you leave it at Thomas Stein's house?
I don't recall. It wasn't my gun.
Did Thomas Stein bring you that gun the next day?
I don't recall.
When's the next time you held that gun?
When I threw it in the river.
So you had the gun after the murder, correct?
I don't recall.
You just said you threw it in the river.
When I threw it, yes. When I threw it in the river, yes.
So you had it just before you threw it in the river.
Yes, that was like March 20th.
So 3 days after the
I
murder,
don't remember what was going on. There was so much going on. I don't remember.
so 3 days after the murder, you threw the gun into the river.
Yeah.
Do you know which part of the river?
No, I don't think it was 3 days. I don't know.
You said March 20th.
Around that time, yeah.
You didn't pull the trigger in the robbery, right?
No. I won't do nothing like that.
Excuse me?
I won't do nothing like that.
So why'd you get rid of the gun?
Because I didn't want to get caught with it.
You didn't want to get caught with it.
Yeah.
That gun had no link whatsoever to the murder,
No.
but you still got rid of it.
Yeah.
In fact, I think you got rid of the gun separate from the magazine, right?
Yeah.
And the bullets.
Yeah.
So in a different location, you discard the gun. At another location, you discard the magazine and bullets.
Yeah.
We kind of touched on this briefly, but you provided some information to law enforcement. Is that right?
What you mean?
You gave them a proffer?
Yeah.
So it's like a preview of your testimony to law enforcement, right?
Yeah.
What your testimony would be if you were called to testify at trial.
Yeah.
You did that with the assistance of your attorney.
Hmm?
You did that with the assistance of an attorney, Mr.
Yeah.
Hyder.
Yeah.
Before the proffer was made, you were arrested, right?
Hmm?
You were arrested for the murder? For robbery?
Offer is made. Ain't never. What you mean?
You were arrested for the murder and the robbery, right?
Yeah.
About a month after Thomas Stein?
Yeah.
You were in hiding, correct?
I wasn't hiding. I was in the city. I wasn't hiding. I was, notice I gave myself up. I could have left. I wasn't hiding because I knew I was dead wrong.
You weren't staying with your dad, correct?
Huh?
You weren't staying with your dad, correct?
I was down my dad.
You were staying with your dad.
Yeah.
You were there the entire time.
No, I was moving. No. What you mean?
When the police were looking for you, were you staying with your dad?
Yeah.
Is that where they picked you up?
No, I was I was at my dad's house, my grandma's house, my auntie's house.
All right, so you went between your dad's house, your grandma's house, and your auntie's house. Where were you arrested?
My mom's house.
After you were arrested, were there any more arrests for this case?
Mm-mm.
Wasn't your mom arrested?
Oh yeah, my mom and my dad wanted to have witness tampering.
Your mom is Shindy Stewart.
Yeah,
Your dad is Christopher Horn Sr.
Yeah.
And your auntie is Baraka Stewart.
yeah,
They were all arrested
yeah,
for witness tampering.
yeah.
Do you know why?
Because Tom's mom lied on them and said that he threatened them.
They had threatened her.
Yeah,
Was the lie.
Yeah.
Were you aware that they offered to pay for Thomas Stein's legal services?
no, I told them don't contact them.
When did you offer to provide testimony at the state?
A year in.
A year in.
Yeah.
So if you were arrested in April 2024, that means you reached out in April 2025?
Yeah, I think so.
When were your parents and auntie's case trial?
When I went down there and told them what happened.
In addition to your parents and your aunt's case being dropped, were you made an offer on this case if you cooperated?
Yeah,
What's the offer?
25 years in prison.
25 years in prison. Is that with a minimum mandatory? So no minimum mandatory.
No mandatory.
Not taking that offer, what were you exposed to?
What you mean?
What were you looking at if you didn't take that offer?
Life.
Life. And to your understanding, life in Florida means life.
Yeah.
So you go into a box, you get carried out in a box.
Yeah.
Of that 25 years, because you don't have a minimum mandatory, what will you actually be serving?
21.
21 years?
Yeah.
Good time and game time.
Yeah.
And that's minus your time you've already served, is that correct?
Yeah.
So you'll be out in 19 years.
Yeah.
What do you have to do in order to get that deal?
Do this.
You have to testify.
Yeah.
And not just testify, right? You have to testify truthfully.
Yeah.
What happens if the state says you weren't truthful in your testimony?
I'm gonna get life.
The plea is off the table and you're getting life.
Yeah.
Just take a moment. Two more things. You didn't give one proffer to the state, you gave two, is that correct?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I want to tell them the truth about my parents at first.
You weren't-
Evidence.
You weren't telling the truth about your parents, the evidence at first.
Yeah.
Did Thomas Stein ever threaten to call 911 and call the police and tell them what happened?
He was trolling. Yeah.
He was trolling?
Yeah, he called my phone after it happened. And he was trolling, playing, trolling.
He wanted to call the police.
No, he was trolling. He was playing, he was joking, laughing about the situation, thinking it's funny.
He was thinking it's funny.
Yeah, he was trolling, thinking it's funny.
This situation here with the Kayla Rincon-Miller being dead and shot.
Yeah.
And a robbery gone sideways.
Yeah.
You're saying he thought that was funny.
Yeah, he thought it was all a joke.
What did you do when he threatened to call 911?
I told him, I said, wait, bro, he flagging. I hung up the phone on him.
What's that?
I hung up the phone on him.
You hung up the phone on him?
Yeah.
Were you scared?
I was scared for what happened the other night. I kept thinking about it. Bad flash.
You were scared he was going to call the police, right?
No.
And rat you out.
No. Why you doing all that screaming, bro? All you gotta do is talk calm. I ain't do nothing about it. I don't do nothing like that.
Judge, I like the record to reflect that I haven't raised my voice, Mr.
Yes, he is. He is raising his voice.
The volume was a little higher than normal, but we can move on.
How many times did you lie to law enforcement?
Proper question, Your Honor. Objection.
Overruled.
How many times did you lie to law enforcement?
Twice. No, first time.
The first time?
Yeah.
And the second time?
I ain't lie to him.
What about during the deposition you gave to me?
I ain't lie to you.
Did you ever claim the gun in the video was a water gun?
I don't think so.
We're looking at a copy of your deposition, refresh your recollection as to what you said that gun was.
What video?
The videos you were making holding what we thought was a weapon
What video?
on your live.
What, like the night that happened?
Yeah.
Or you talking about my chiller video?
Your what?
My chiller video.
The live video that happened that night.
I ain't never said I was no water gun.
You said there was another video, a chiller video?
Huh?
A chiller video? Is that what you called it?
Yeah, with the fire behind me.
Did you have a gun in that video too?
No,
What gun was that?
it wasn't no gun. It was a light.
It was a light.
Yeah, it wasn't no gun.
You never claimed it was a water gun?
Can't answer out loud, sorry.
No,
Are you sure? Do you want to look at your deposition to see if it kind of refreshes your
bro,
recollection?
I know I ain't said that, bro. You flagging. I know I ain't said that.
So looking at your deposition, the
I
sworn
ain't
testimony
said
you gave me.
I ain't said no water gun. I said I was in 1911. I said the gun I had was a 1911.
So the gun you had in the video was a 1911.
Yeah,
That was on the night of the murder.
yeah.
When you were making that video, were you using your phone?
I don't remember. I think we using his phone.
What'd you do with your phone that night?
Me?
Yeah.
I was just on it.
Okay.
I don't think I used my phone that night. I think we used his.
That's the phone that ended up in the Caloosahatchee?
The night that happened, you said like the phone I had that night.
Yeah, the phone
Yeah.
you had that night.
Yeah.
How many phones did you have?
Like one.
Judge Van May?
Yeah.
The hair that you're currently sporting before the court, the jurors now, you have what would you call that? Like a fade? Post crop?
I don't got no haircut.
Okay.
Nothing.
Did you have a haircut that night?
No, I don't think so.
What'd your hair look like?
No.
Normal?
Yeah.
Do you have you ever wear it in like a short twist?
Never.
Do you ever wear it in like a braided like cornrows?
No.
So it's always been like that.
I had a fro when I was a kid, but yeah.
You had a fro?
When I was out recently, I just had waves. I ain't had no dreads, and then I had waves.
You You had waves?
Yeah.
Like finger waves?
Yeah.
Nothing further to explain.
I'm going to ask for a 10-minute recess just so that I can gather the evidence that I need.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll send you back to the jury room. Briefly, let's just go. All right. Record reflects the jury's exited the courtroom, being recessed for about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
You can go back and we'll bring you back out. Okay? Then we've got to use comfort break.
Okay, let's take that off for a second then. What I'll do is, let's put something else on. Bistec guisado. I don't know what bistec guisado is, but let's put it on anyway. It came up in my mentions. So, how to cook this beefy, easy, and delicious recipe with salsa matcha.
My friend, this plate right here epitomizes quick, easy, simple, delicious, all at the same time. Let's make a guisado de bistec. In this video, I'm going to show you one of my favorite ways to cook up a quick, delicious, and beefy meal that's great for lunch or dinner. Heck, crack some eggs on the side, and it could even be for breakfast. This is usually something that I'll whip up with some leftover fajitas from the carne asada from the day before. But today, we're cooking it up fresh with what's called sirloin fajitas, aka flat meat. Vámonos! What is a guiso? Is carne guisada a guiso, or is a guiso carne guisada? If you look it up online, if you go do a Google search, it comes up over and over again that a guiso is a stew. But in reality, depende que rancho vienes. Depends on what ranch or farm you come from, or what term is used in your region to describe the type of dish that we're cooking today. For me, a guiso can be any kind of protein. It can be pork, it can be beef, it can be chicken, but it's different from carne guisada. Carne guisada is with a gravy, a thick.
What is this glitching as well, is it? It's weird because it's not glitching for me whatsoever. It's not glitching whatsoever. I'll refresh it, but it's not glitching whatsoever here. So, but I'll go out and back in to see if it makes a difference. But I don't have any glitches whatsoever. It's running smooth on my end. So I'll see if I can refresh it and see what happens. Right, bear with me once I go out and back in then. But I don't know what I can do after that. Right, hang on. No, I don't have any tabs up. I don't have anything. And it generally runs perfect to me. I had no issues with that stream just now, so I really don't know what's going on. Right, let's try this then. Let's try this for a second, see if this has helped at all. If not, I can restart it again. How's this working now then?
Asado de puerco is also kind of a guiso, but it's really more of a stew, right? Because it has a thick, rich gravy. To me, a guiso is like a saute without all that extra thick gravy. If there's a little in there from the natural au juice, that's okay. But you don't go out of your way to make a big old gravy for a guiso. Now that word guiso can mean different things to different people. Now, if you're from a different part of the country or a different country altogether, that same word might have a different meaning. Today we're making a guiso de bistec. Another interesting word, bistec. Bistec basically means beef steak, but it's more commonly known in street tacos as the chopped up real fine meat that you get with those little corn tortilla tacos. Today we're not doing that. We're going to cut up this 1.5 pounds of.
Right. How is it now? No one's saying anything, so I presume no one's saying anything, so it's fine. Seems better so far. So.
Fajita meat. We're going to use half of an onion, 2 garlic cloves. We're also going to fry some French fries in beef tallow and 1 Roma tomato. We're also going to shake a little bit of cilantro there at the end. Now, before we get into the recipe, I just want to take a pan and stainless steel frying pan. They heat up quickly, and then Made In's Carbon Steel Collection is for you. Really some pretty pieces of meat. Let me get them cut up and let's get started cooking. Basically, we're going to cube them up about 1 inch, maybe 1.5 inches. They don't have to be exactly a particular size. So what you want to do is first you want to cut a few strips with the grain like that. And then turn your meat around, turn the meat around, and then you want to cube up your pieces of meat right here. And
literally all I did was go back out and back in. I didn't do anything. I didn't close anything. I didn't refresh anything. I didn't do anything.
These little extras, you want to cut those up too. And so again, we're going with the grain first, turn it sideways, and we're going against the grain here. And you know, like I always say, a sharp knife really makes the job a lot easier. I was saying you can use any meat you want for a guiso. This is flat meat, which is a steak. A guiso is usually something you do quick, in a hurry. Husband gets home, wife gets home from work, the kids just got home from school, everybody's hungry. We don't have 3 hours to make carne guisada. That's when you want to make a guiso like this. Definitely you want to pick something that cooks pretty quick. Of course, if it's marbled like a good steak, it's even better. All right, we got all our meat cut up. We're going to get it seasoned and put it into a bowl. You want to season your meat ahead of time before you get it cooking. I like to use this rub here. It's very savory, very delicious, and it makes an amazing guiso. We're also making some French fries. So let's get these potatoes peeled as quickly as possible. We're going to go ahead and cut them up. In this case today, we're going to fry them in beef tallow. Man, if you've never had beef tallow potatoes, man, you don't know what you're missing. You got to try that, man. Now, I like to cut mine down the middle first. So I'll usually go this way one more. So I get 3 thick slices out of that potato. And if it's a really big potato, like this one is, I'll go ahead and go one more. And we've got our potatoes all cut up here. Let me set them aside. Now we're going to slice up some onion here. I'm only going to use about half, so I'm going to cut this piece off. I'm going to get that outer peel off. I'm going to slice these like this. So we don't want super long onions, but they're not necessarily diced either. We're going to go right in half there. You almost always got to have a good amount of onion for a guiso. As they cook and saute, they develop that really delicious sweet flavor when they get translucent. I know, I'm not the best onion cutter. But I can cook, man. Don't worry about perfection, friends. That's one thing about recipes. Part of the whole fun of cooking is do it the way you like. Part of it is learning how to do certain things. 2 garlics. I'm just going to I like to take the little end off. Just kind of chop it up like that. Next up is the tomato, and I'm just going to basically slice it. It's not a really big tomato, so I'm going to slice it lengthwise like this. All right, friends, we got our potatoes ready, our onions ready, our garlic ready, and our tomatoes. The meat is ready to go into the pan. Let's get started making our guiso. I'm going to take some of this Wagyu beef tallow. Doesn't take a whole lot here. Whoa. Going to get some over here for the potatoes. Go ahead and get all our meat in here. Let's go ahead and saute this guiso right here. This meat cooks really quick, so I'm going to crank up the heat, and I'm going to get my onions in here in just a minute so they can start cooking with the beef. We're going to make a little well here in the middle and drop all these onions in here. Wasn't a very deep well, but it was a well nonetheless. We're going to let these saute with the beef. And we're still melting some beef tallow over here for the potatoes. Crank that heat up a little bit more. Not going to take a whole heck of a lot of oil. They're going to fry really quick. It's going to be more sort of like a shallow fry. They're going to be fantastic. All right, we're going to keep stirring here. I'm going to crank this heat up. Now we can get the fire a little bit hotter. We want to sear the meat a little bit, and we want to cook those onions as quick as possible too. We want those onions to get soft and tender. We're coming along really good. The onions are starting to loosen up a little, get soft. The meat's gonna start browning here pretty quick. Starting to look good now, man, really. You can see where the meat now is gonna start to brown really nicely. And as I said earlier, you want some kind of meat, a meat that cooks pretty quick, like this one's doing right now. I'd say it's about time to add our garlic. We're gonna make another little well here in the middle. Let's drop that in there. Oh, you can smell that garlic. It always has an amazing aroma when it cooks like that. It's time to drop the tomatoes in here too. We're gonna let those cook along with the rest of the meat and the onions. This geese was just about ready, man. Hasn't been 15 minutes and we're about ready to eat. But wait, there's more, friends. I have a secret ingredient that I'm gonna put in this guiso today. This is salsa macha. Well, this is gonna add another fantastic flavor. I'm gonna say that I'm putting somewhere around 3 tablespoons in here. The tomatoes cook really, really quick. I've turned the heat down now for a little bit. It's done. This dish is done, friends. I put my tomatoes last, as you see. The onions are already nice, soft, translucent. The garlic got toasted really, really quick. I like my tomatoes to still have a little bit of texture, and that's why I put it at the very, very end. This is just awesome. The aroma, you can smell that salsa macha. You can smell the garlic and the onions. And then that beef searing a little bit. It smells fantastic, man. Guys, I wish you were here. I wish y'all were all here. All right, friends, we're done here. This dish is done. Time to get our French fries going. I'm gonna slide this over a little bit, turn it off completely, slide this oil over here. It's very hot, I can tell. And let's drop a few potatoes in here. Get this little French fry show going on. Turn up the heat a little bit. Nice, big, fat potatoes. That's the way I like my French fries. This is looking really good. I can smell that fry. I can smell the beef tallow. Got to move them around a little bit so they don't stick to each other. Now, I brought my tongs too so we can flippity-flip these potatoes here. All right, we're letting them ride, This is homemade beef tallow. Over time, when I buy briskets, I trim all the fat, and I cook Wagyu briskets fairly often, but last year I cooked a few more than this year. I had about 5 of those little tubs of beef tallow. Throughout the year I've been using them. That's my last one. It's time for me to get some more briskets and start trimming, man. Good thing it's the holidays. I tend to cook a lot during the holidays. I want to taste this. I can't stand it anymore. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Man, these French fries are looking beautiful. They're getting some really nice color. Look at that. I'm about ready to pull these out, put them onto this plate over here, let the oil kind of drain. We're going to season them with a little bit of seasoning, and when they come out, I like to use wild. Y'all use whatever you like. Look at that beautiful color right there. They look beautiful. So I'm going to get them over here under this plate. All right, friends, we've got our second batch of potatoes done. We're going to go ahead and get them out of here. They look absolutely beautiful. I'm going to get these onto the plate over here too. A little shake, shake, shake for extra flavor. We're done. I went ahead and added the cilantro. I had told y'all earlier that I really enjoyed putting cilantro on there. So we're going to pour that right there. We're going to put a nice big serving of guiso de bistec. We're also going to add our French fries to this dish. I think French fries go really, really well with any beef dish. You know, think about it. It's like hamburgers and fries. I'm just saying, you know. And another thing that restaurants do down here sometimes is they'll put a little bit of side salad. I like to put a little bit of salad in mine. One thing that'll make this plate even better, a couple of delicious flour tortillas right here on the side. So you see, my friends, we've got this guiso made. It doesn't have a lot of gravy like carne guisada, just a very simple, quick, and easy meal to make. Now it's time for my favorite part of every video. I get to do the taste test. Vámonos. All right, so I'm going to take my fork first, get a couple of pieces of meat. Oh, baby. That is so dang good. Yep. Yeah, that's a really, really great flavor. My friend, this plate right here epitomizes quick, easy, simple, delicious, all at the same time. Kind of goes to show sometimes that You don't have to get super complex with your recipes to create a really delicious dish. These French fries are beautiful in color. Not beef tallow. Just, man, you got to try it. Next time you make French fries, go get you some beef tallow. This was quick. This was easy. Turned out amazing. Highly encourage you to try it, friends. If you do, tag me in the comments and let me know what you think about it. Only thing that'll make this dish better is a cold beer and a bite of my tortilla here. Got my Mexican spoon action going on here. If you like this video, if you like our recipes, make sure to comment somewhere below. Tell us what you think about this dish. What does a guiso mean to you where you live? If you want to buy some of our rubs, go to pitmaster.us. Thanks for watching. Keep the smoke light and make it work. Boom. Today, the salad was really just for presentation. I'm probably not.
That was good. He's in my algorithm now. He's just literally my algorithm right now. And I love it. I love his videos. Right. The court's back, so let me get back into the court. Hopefully the court's better now. I'm not sure how far back I need to go.
Case present, we'll bring back Mr. Horn, and then we'll bring the jury out.
Yes, thank you, Judge, and thank you for the
Come back and
time.
take the stand.
Can I just approach for a moment?
Yes, sir.
Chris, is it okay if I just push us a little closer to you?
Yeah.
It's awesome. Just scooch a little forward, and then lean in on my
Jury, everybody.
about that you're. Good afternoon, Chris. You know me as Sarah, right? And have we met several times?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to just talk to you and have you tell the jurors a little bit more about your background.
Objection, Judge, calls for narrative.
Right, for
I
the
have
question,
a
yes.
question. How many schools did you attend growing up?
16,
16 different schools?
something like that.
Did you move around a lot from school to school?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have trouble in school? Just school was hard for you?
Yes, ma'am.
And when this case occurred, when the murder of Kayla occurred back in March, were you in school anywhere?
Yeah.
Were you at North Fort Myers High at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you doing in school?
Objection, Judge, relevance.
Did you still struggle in school?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you about the day of March 17th, on that Sunday. Did you go to the beach with Thomas or Jaden that day?
No, ma'am.
And did you make plans to get together with Thomas later that evening?
Yes.
Did you call Thomas Thomas or Tom or T?
T.
And you said you met him through Gerald Ford?
Yeah.
And you would call him DJ?
Yeah.
And was DJ locked up at the time?
Yeah.
Now, when you got together, did you decide to go and break into cars to see if you could get stuff out of cars?
Yes.
And when you got in the car and left with Thomas Stein, did you go to a movie theater, not the same one that Kayla and her friends were?
Yeah.
And where was that movie theater?
In North Fort Myers.
And that was closer to Tom T's house?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went over to that area, did you also drive through a neighborhood?
Yes.
And when you drove through that neighborhood, were there parked cars in that neighborhood?
Yes.
And did you also try to look through some of those cars to see if any of those cars were unlocked?
Yes.
About how many cars would you say you looked through?
And I never really got a car. I got a car one time. Man.
I'm sorry?
I think I got a car.
You didn't get
I
into
think I
a
just
car?
got it one time. Yeah.
Okay, and that car door was locked?
Yeah.
So you were never able to get into a car?
No.
Now, were you and Thomas or T, were you hanging out together, making decisions together that night about what to do?
Yeah, we were supposed to go get court property.
Okay, so I'm gonna take you just through step by step, okay? So are you nervous to be here?
Objection, Judge. Proper question.
Ooh.
Are you nervous to be here today?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you afraid of being a snitch?
Objection, Judge. Improper question. He's
Sustained.
a witness.
No, I'm not because like they deserve justice and they want
Right,
righteous.
you can wait for a question.
Okay.
So Miller, you ask him a question.
I'm gonna keep just asking you questions, all right? So you leave that area, do you drive through that movie theater over in North Fort Myers?
Yes.
And are you still thinking you're gonna go through cars and try to find
Yeah.
whatever you can find?
Yeah.
When you're looking at a car, you might be looking for jewelry or phones or money, whatever you can find of some value. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at some point, do you go over to Jaden Fernandez's house?
Yes.
And how do you know Jaden Fernandez? You know him through T?
T. Yeah.
And I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 16. Just take a moment.
Twinkle, twinkle, little snitch. Mind your own business, you fucking nosy bitch.
All right. Is that who you know as Jaden Fernandez?
Yes, ma'am.
Which exhibit number is that?
It's 16.
Okay, thank you.
It's 16.
Yes,
And did you call Jaden Fernandez something different?
Jaden,
Just Jaden?
Yeah.
And did you know him very well?
no,
And this gun that he's holding, was that the gun that you carried the night of the robbery?
Yeah.
Now, on the day that you went to do this robbery, I'm going to show 24A. Is that what you were wearing when you got out of the car?
yes,
Okay, this exact same outfit, the blue pants, the red hooded sweatshirt, and there's like some kind of a graphic or picture on it.
yes,
And I'm showing this exhibit. It's 24B. That's also another picture of what you were wearing.
yes,
And did you have your hair short, sort of like you do now, but maybe a little shorter?
Yeah.
And were these taken at a party that you went to over in the area where Thomas picked you up?
yes,
And the car that he was driving that night, was it this Nissan Pathfinder that's in State's Exhibit 17?
yes,
Did he ever let anybody else drive the car that night?
No.
And had you ever seen him driving that car before?
no,
This is the first time you saw him driving that?
No.
And had he driven you around before on other occasions?
yes.
Do you remember?
I really don't remember, but.
Okay, if you don't
it was about
remember,
2 years ago, huh? I can remember.
if you don't remember, it's okay to say that. All right, with regard to him driving, had you hung out at T's house quite a bit before that?
Yeah.
And you like to go to,
I'm sorry?
You got the scope there, right?
Ooh,
and you like to go to T's house because you were allowed to smoke weed there.
Yeah.
And you were allowed to play with guns.
Yeah.
And in fact, your dad was very strict, right?
Yeah.
And your mom was really strict.
Yeah.
Even stricter than your dad, right?
Yeah.
And they wouldn't let you play with guns.
Yes,
And they wouldn't let you smoke weed.
yes,
And so you like to go to T's house because his mom let you play with guns.
Yeah.
And his mom let you smoke weed.
Yeah.
And you could kind of do what you wanted there. And so on this night, you decided to go hang out with T and you made plans to do bad things. Now, you left that theater in North Fort Myers. You went over and got Jaden Fernandez, and he wanted some weed from T, right?
Yeah.
And T sold weed to him.
yes.
He didn't just give his weed away for free.
So,
And he didn't just hand you over weed and give you all the stuff you wanted. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. And when he got Jaden and picked him up, did Jaden get in the car with you and T and go over to T's house to get that weed?
I really don't remember. I just remember him buying the weed.
Okay. So you remember him getting weed that night from T?
Yeah.
And he paid T for that weed?
Yeah.
And then you dropped him off, or he got out, or some point he goes back into his house. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And he doesn't stay with you and T. And when you leave the house or leave Jaden behind, it's just you and T.
Yeah.
And T's driving the car.
Yes,
And then you go to a church parking lot, correct?
Yeah.
And there's another car in that parking lot. Did you see that other car?
I know I saw somebody pull in.
Okay, you saw somebody pull into the
Yeah.
parking lot?
Yeah,
Did you have any communications with anybody in another car?
no,
And then you decide to go over to toward Cape Coral Parkway, is that correct?
Yeah.
And why is it that you decide to go to Cape Coral Parkway when you were over in North Fort Myers?
T said this, you know what I'm saying? Like, come
I'm
up,
saying, I can't hear you. You gotta speak up louder.
my quarterback said, we're gonna come up over there. Like, there's rich people over there.
He said there were rich people over there?
They're gonna come up over there.
to come up over there. And did being that there's more rich people, did you think you could get more money or get more things from people over near the Cape Coral Parkway?
Yeah, hit cars.
Okay. And so you just testified about the firearm that you were carrying that night, correct?
Yeah.
And did you know T to carry a Glock?
Yeah.
Okay. And it was his mom's gun, but he carried it often, correct?
Yeah.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 16B. Is this a gun that T carried the night of the murder?
Yes.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 16C. Is this T's house or where you would hang out with him?
Yes.
Now, you go over to toward Cape Coral Parkway, but you are on Del Prado, is that correct? Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could just speak
Yes.
up because the jurors need to
Yes,
hear
ma'am.
what you're saying, all right? And when you went toward Cape Coral Parkway on Del Prado, did you turn into another movie theater?
Yes.
And in that movie theater, did you stop at all?
No.
Okay, you just kept driving through the parking lot?
Yes.
And at this point, the two of you were gonna rob people, is that correct? You were gonna
Yeah.
find someone to rob?
Yeah.
So you're driving around looking for somebody that you can rob.
Yes.
And there's a bank that you drive by, is that correct?
Yes.
And is there an ATM machine at that bank where people can get out cash?
Yeah.
And was there somebody in the parking lot of that bank?
Yeah.
And that person that was in the parking lot, what color car did they have?
Two yellow cars, 2 Ford, a Mustang.
It was a yellow car, a Mustang?
Yeah.
And did you decide that you weren't gonna rob someone at that ATM?
Cameras.
And you were worried the cameras would capture you and you and T would be caught?
Yeah.
So you kept driving?
Yeah.
And you see three girls walking. You believed Emma looked like a boy, but you see 3 people walking.
Yeah.
And the lighting's not good, right?
Yeah.
And so T drives.
Yeah.
And you pass these 3 people walking, and you and T both decide you're gonna rob them.
Yeah.
Did you put any pressure on T or threaten him that he needed to rob these people?
No.
Did he think that, or did he tell you, let's just go get their numbers?
What you mean?
Was he trying to get their numbers, pick them up?
No, it was like, I don't know. He just wanted to rob him. You know what I'm saying? And
Okay.
I said, I turned it down at first, but I ain't know him. I just met him. You know what I'm saying? I thought he was trying to I'm scared of something.
But I want to make it clear, Chris, you decided that you were going to commit a robbery that night with T, correct? Yeah. And you see these 3 people, and you kind of drive, or T drives by slow, and you're looking at these people.
I ain't never look at them. I can see them like when
Okay.
I'm in distance, but I wouldn't drive past them. My head was on my phone.
Okay. But you saw them, you couldn't see details of them.
Yeah.
And you both decide that you're going to rob these people after you drive past.
Yeah.
But you've already driven past and you decide these are the 3 targets that you're going to target that night.
Yes.
Okay, so you continue driving up the street, and then T does a U-turn, and you go back down to where these people are walking, correct?
Yeah.
And then you have to go U-turn back to get to where that stop sign is.
Yeah.
And at that point, T pulls up and shines his lights at the girls. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
And you get out and you have a mask on,
Mhm.
and you have that red sweatshirt with your hood, and you have.
I'm not hearing audible answers.
Yes.
Make sure you speak up, all right?
Yes.
And just lean up if you can, Chris. Okay.
Yes.
And you see them, and you get out of the car fast.
Yeah.
And you go toward the white girl.
Yeah.
And you didn't know her name was Emma Wright at that time.
No.
You've since learned her name.
Yeah.
And you didn't know that the other girl was Louanne DeJette.
No.
You've since learned her name.
Yes.
And T gets out with his Glock he's holding, and he goes toward Kayla.
Yeah.
And you didn't know Kayla Rincon-Miller until afterward, correct?
Yeah.
And he goes toward her, and you are in front of the white girl.
Yeah.
And you point your gun, and you are both demanding that they give them your stuff, correct?
Yeah.
And did you even have a chance to take their stuff at that time?
I ain't even had it, but like I ain't even demand like out my mouth because it was so fast.
You say it was so fast, a
Yeah.
gun, a
Yeah,
bullet
it
was fired.
2 seconds. It wasn't even. It wasn't a long time. It was just 2 seconds.
So So
Yes.
almost immediately when you get
Yes,
up,
as soon as you got
I'm
in
gonna
the
just
car.
stop.
Let her ask the question and you can respond.
We're being recorded, Chris.
Yeah.
So everything you say and everything I say is being recorded. And when we both talk at the same time, the recording can't pick that up. So I know you're nervous, but just let me finish my statements, okay? So you get out, and just within moments of you getting out, a gun goes off.
Yeah.
And what was your immediate thought when the gun went off?
Why did you shoot?
Why did you shoot? And that came out of your mouth. You said that. Why did you shoot?
Yeah.
Did you say a bad word when you said, why did you shoot?
Yeah.
What
I
did
remember
you
what
say?
I said, but I said something like that. Yeah.
Okay. So you said a very loud statement. Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you go back to get into the car.
Yeah.
And you go back and you accidentally open the back door.
Yeah.
And the back passenger door.
Yeah.
You realize it, shut the door, and get into the passenger.
Yeah.
When you leave that scene, do you know that Kayla is shot to the point where she's going to end up dying?
No.
You get the hell out of Dodge, is that correct?
Yes.
You get back into the car and T drives away really fast.
Yeah.
And you get back to his house at record time.
Yeah.
You don't have time to make any stops on the way back to T's house?
Yes.
You're driving as fast as you can.
Yes.
And you're both in shock, right, about what just happened? Or you're in shock for sure, right?
Yeah.
You get back to T's house and you decide to get rid of the sweatshirt you're wearing.
Yes.
And T also decides to get rid of the clothing he was wearing.
Yes.
Because even though you had a mask covering your face, you didn't have anything covering the clothing you were wearing.
Yeah.
And so you would be able to potentially be identified by the clothing that you were wearing and that T was wearing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this house that the Steins live in, there's quite a bit of grass and backyard area to that, correct? It's kind of out in the middle of nowhere where there's a lot of area. And the two of you go and you burn your clothing, correct?
Yeah.
And in fact, you end up getting a ride back to your dad's house. Is that right?
Yeah.
Because you have no way to get back to his house.
Yeah.
And Mrs. Stein offers to give you a ride.
Yeah.
And when she gives you a ride, what are you wearing on your top part?
Black jacket.
Okay. Do you have a t-shirt on at all?
No.
Okay, you're bare chested.
Yeah.
Because you burned that sweatshirt that you were wearing during the robbery.
Yeah.
And you then go to your house, and at this point, you don't know what's happened. You don't know that Kayla's dead.
Yeah.
And at some point, you learn that Kayla has died, correct?
Yeah.
Now, T gets arrested pretty quickly. Was that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go on to the next day, the 18th. Do you, your mom, Shanice Stewart, your dad, Christopher Horn Sr., your stepmom, Shanita, your aunt, Baraka Stewart, all go with Jessica Stein and T to a park area?
Yes.
Okay. And you're all talking about what happened, correct?
We started talking about what happened when we went to my grandmother's house.
Okay, so you don't talk at the park, you don't give details of the park, you wait till you get to your grandmother's house.
Yeah.
And Jessica and T follow you to your grandmother's house.
Yeah.
And you're all talking about what happened.
Yeah.
Okay. And you end up as you're talking about how to get rid of some of the evidence that could exist, correct? There's conversation about getting rid of the evidence.
Yes.
And there's conversation about cell phones, there's conversation about tracking.
Yes.
Okay, there's conversation about the firearms. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at this point, T had already gotten rid of the Glock, correct?
Yes.
He had an uncle that got rid of it for him.
Yeah.
Objection, Judge. Hearsay. Calls for speculation.
All right, approach.
What are we thinking? What are we thinking so far, people? It's a little bit messy. All of this is a little bit messy. Bardaz thinks he did the shooting. I think so as well. And Well, the defendant is going to be taking the stand as well, so we'll see.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you and your dad, pretty quickly after this murder, you move out of that house.
Yeah.
Okay? And you get arrested about a month after the crime happens.
Yeah.
And it was harder to track you down because you weren't the one driving the car that night, correct? There was no GPS tracking you with the car.
Continue.
I'm going to strike that. It's a little confusing. So you get arrested and you get booked into jail, correct?
Yeah.
And you get booked into jail and you've been sitting in jail ever since.
Yeah.
All right. And you get charges filed into adult court.
Yeah.
So you initially go into the juvenile justice center where you're held as a juvenile.
Yeah.
And then they move you over into a special section in the jail for juveniles, but you're now treated as an adult. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point through your lawyer, you reached out because you wanted to provide information to the state and you were hoping to get a better deal. Is that correct?
Yes.
You didn't want to go to trial and fight the charges.
Yes.
You wanted to take responsibility.
Objection, Judge. Still serving hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you feel bad for what you did?
Objection, Judge. Still serving hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you arrange for your lawyer to come and meet with the detective on the case, Mike LaSalandra?
Yes.
And did you also meet with myself?
Yes.
And you met with Alyssa Wolf, my partner in this case?
Yes.
And we all met at Cape Coral Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And we met in a room that had recording devices
Yes.
and everything was recorded that we talked about.
Yes.
And I actually gave you a proffer agreement, is that correct?
Yes.
And a proffer is where you came in and you said, I'm gonna tell you what happened that night. And I told you there's no promises, is that right? You remember that?
Yeah.
And that there was no guarantee that you would get any deal from the state. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you said that was fine. You were going to give your statement and tell us what happened. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that first proffer that you gave, did you try to protect your parents from some things they did to help you with getting rid of the evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually lie to detectives and lie to myself and to Ms. Wolf about what happened to the gun and what happened to your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that because you didn't want your dad to get in trouble because he assisted you that night. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't want your dad to get in trouble by telling us how you got rid of the evidence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you didn't want your stepmom, Shanita, to get in trouble for helping get rid of the evidence. Is that correct? And so later on, months later, you reached out through your lawyer and wanted to come back and talk and tell about getting rid of that evidence.
Yes.
Okay. And the reason you lied was because you didn't want your parents to get arrested for tampering with evidence
Yes.
or some other charge. So you came back and you told detectives where you had gotten rid of the gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
And defense called it a river, but was it a canal?
It was a canal
And where was that canal that you got rid of the gun?
by my grandma's house.
By your grandma's house?
Yeah.
And was this the same grandma that you had that conversation with Jessica Stein and T?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you told the detectives, did you give them a location hoping that they would be able to find that gun?
Yeah.
And do you know if they actually were able to find that gun?
No.
And did they tell you they were going to send divers out and send people to try to find it?
Yeah.
Now, you also said in that second proffer that you got rid of your cell phone from that night.
Yeah.
And were you worried that your cell phone would track you or have information that police officers could find and have evidence against what you did that night?
Yes.
And that cell phone, you said that you threw into the Caloosahatchee River.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? And you said the bridge that you were going over when you threw that in the river.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? Okay. And so when you came in for that second proffer, the purpose was to talk about getting rid of the evidence and how you got rid of your own evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you know when T shot Kayla, how close he was to her?
It was close.
And were you very close to Emma?
Yeah.
And you were right up on them, correct?
Yes.
Now, I just want to go through and make sure I get everything Did I talk about everything? Now, the defense asked you about a phone call about 911. Did he call you right after the murder and pretend that police officers were at his house?
Yeah.
And did somebody overhear that conversation?
Yeah, my cousin.
Your cousin. And what did your cousin do when he overheard this conversation?
Objection, Judge calls for hearsay.
Back down, listener, judge, not for the truth of the matter asserted. And I'm not asking what he said either.
Okay.
My cousin asked me.
Oh,
My cousin just.
Did he call your dad?
Yeah.
And he told your dad that you were in some type of trouble?
Objection, Judge, hearsay.
And at this
Sustained.
effect, Judge, the hearsay exception will be effect on listener because I'm going to ask him what he did.
Okay, very well.
When your dad knew that you were in some type of trouble, did he confront you about what had happened?
Yeah.
And did you lie to your dad at first about you being involved in a robbery where Kayla Rincon-Miller was dead?
Yeah.
And eventually, did you have to tell your dad?
Yeah.
And did you tell your dad who was involved?
Yes.
And at that point, is that when you, your dad, and your family met with T and his mom at the park and at your grandma's house and came up with a plan?
Yes.
Now, the defense was asking about some videos that were found. And the video, this firearm that you carried that night that's in Jaden Fernandez's hand, does that have a laser?
Yes.
Okay, and so it shines a laser when you point it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to show you a video, some videos that have been introduced into evidence, and just ask you to identify some things. And for the record, this is State's Exhibit 15B that has been admitted into evidence. Chris, can you see this video from where you're sitting?
Is that a yes or no?
Can you see this
Yes,
video?
ma'am.
Yes, okay. Can we pause it, Ms. Wolf? This area here, is this where that party was that you were at, that we showed the pictures of
Yes.
what you were wearing?
Yes.
And this is West Chase Circle?
Yes, ma'am.
This car right here, is that T's car?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he having trouble figuring out where you were?
Yes, ma'am.
And so were you communicating, you at first sent him an address,
Yeah,
So
my phone
where-
like that.
just wait for one moment. You sent him an address from your phone as to where he could pick you up.
Yes.
And then he ended up calling you a couple times because he couldn't figure out where you were.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if we could go and play again. Right here, I'm gonna pause it. It looks like you're wearing the blue pants and the red hooded sweatshirt still that you were wearing at the party.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's you getting to the passenger door, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, Chris, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 23.
just make sure when you show it that you're not standing in front of it.
Oh, yes, thank you. Sorry. All right, that video that you just saw, were you able to see it from where you were sitting?
Yes.
Was that Jaden and T?
Yes.
And T was in the driver's seat?
Yes.
And that gun, is that the gun that T used that night?
Yeah.
And that was the gun that you saw T with on numerous occasions?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 24. And this is that video that defense counsel showed you or asked you about earlier. Okay, I want to just ask you a few questions about this video. If we could go to 36, please, Ms. Wolf. These different lights that we see throughout the video, the red lights, is that the laser from your firearm?
Yes.
How do you make the laser from your firearm work?
It got a grip on
It has a grip on it? Where is that grip located?
under the trigger.
Under what?
The trigger.
Okay. And you're shining this laser. Is that you holding that gun, shining the laser?
Yes.
Is this in the Nissan Pathfinder?
Yes.
And this was about an hour before the murder of Kayla, correct?
Yes.
And the we see T, and he's driving the car. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go to 59. Was that T talking when he's calling out some names?
Yes.
He says JJ, Kalana. Who's he talking to?
People in live.
Like people on his live. Can you just tell the jurors, because not everybody on the jury might have a live or understand what that is.
People that's viewing it live.
I'm sorry?
People that's viewing it live.
There's people viewing it live. So this video that we're seeing, it's being posted live. Is it onto his Instagram account?
Yeah.
Okay. And the people are watching it, and he's calling out their name of the people watching it. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And there's nobody else in the Pathfinder at this time when you're making this video. Is that right? All right. If we could go to 110. Who was just talking now?
See,
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm a co-defendant.
I'm sorry?
I'm a co-defendant.
Your co-defendant, T?
Yeah.
What did he just say?
You like hop up off of it.
He's going to what?
Hop up off of it.
And is that referring to the Instagram feed?
Yeah.
Okay, so at that point he gets off.
Yeah.
Now, after giving the two proffers, Chris, to the detective and to both myself and Ms. Wolf, the state extended a plea offer. Is that correct? And we offered you 25 years. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and that 25 years is to spend in prison. And if you have good behavior in prison, you'll get 15% off or get gain time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And for that 25 years, in exchange for that, you agreed to cooperate with the state. Is that correct?
Yes.
So to talk with us, to come in and testify at trial, should T go to trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you came into this courtroom in front of the judge and you raised your hand and you entered a plea and admitted to the attempted robberies that you committed that night, correct?
Yes.
And you also you said that you were guilty of that crime. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in exchange, you entered a plea and we held off sentencing until, and if and only if you cooperated, would you get that 25 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you didn't cooperate, you could get up to life. All right. May I have a moment, Your Honor? I just want to clarify, I don't think I was clear. You actually pled to the murder case, is that correct?
Yes.
You pled to felony murder because during the course of the robbery you attempted, Kayla was shot and killed, is that correct?
Yes.
And nothing further.
So the city calls you Chris and you call her Sarah, is that right?
Yes.
All right. You want to call me David? No? Can we stick with Mr. Horn? Is that okay? You said on direct that you went to 16 different schools. True?
I don't know if there's 16 something up to that.
Is that because you kept getting kicked out?
Nah, I was moving house from house and getting kicked out some of them.
And that was because of behavioral issues?
Yeah, and family problems.
You were selling drugs?
You know.
You didn't get kicked out of school for selling drugs? What's a cart? What's a cart? You know what a cart is?
Yeah.
What's a cart?
It's weed, man.
A what?
Weed, man.
You just gotta speak up louder, sorry.
So a weed cartridge?
Yeah, that marijuana come in.
And you would go to Tom Stein's house and you would smoke his carts, right?
Not really. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah.
Whose cart were you smoking that night? Your own?
Yeah.
Where'd you get it from?
Thomas.
So they're from Thomas's house?
Yeah.
Did you have to buy it from him?
Yeah.
How much did you pay for it?
I don't remember.
Isn't it true that you just took it?
I ain't take nothing.
You testified on direct, Miss Miller. You're afraid of being seen as a snitch. Is that right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Is that why you keep saying there's only two people in the car? You don't want to give up the names of the other two people in the car?
What you trying to say?
I'm saying there's other two people in the car.
Huh?
Who are the other two people in the car?
It's only 2 people. It's only 2 people.
You're afraid of being seen as a snitch, correct?
No.
And you don't want to give up the other two names, do you?
There's no other 2 names.
You understand that your deal rests on whether or not you were truthful in giving truthful testimony here today?
Yeah. It was righteous. It wasn't righteous for what happened though. It wasn't righteous.
Well, I get it.
It wasn't righteous.
But your deal,
And I ain't finna
hang
lie
on,
about nothing. No,
hang on, you have to wait because there's a question. And the deal rests on whether or not you were truthful.
No,
You understand that?
Wait, 1 second at a time, one at a time.
You
So
keep
let him
trying
ask
to
the
put words
question.
in my mouth.
Wait. Let him ask the question and then you can answer.
You understand that your deal rests upon whether or not you were truthful here today.
Yeah.
And if it's found not to be truthful, that deal is out the window. You understand that?
Yeah.
So you told him once, you told him twice. There's only 2 people in the car, regardless of whatever everybody else says.
Yeah.
Who are you trying to protect, Chris?
Nobody. I can't protect nobody. It's about getting justice, but I can't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? I ain't do what was righteous. And the family deserve justice for
You gotta speak up louder.
I said I didn't do it right, and the family deserves justice for happening. I could have stopped it. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't. Nothing mess me every day. I ain't trying to save nobody.
You get commissary every month?
Yeah.
Who puts money in your commissary?
Sometimes my dad and my mom.
How much is in your commissary every month?
I don't know.
$200 every month?
I don't know.
When you were giving your first proffer, Miss Miller asked you, were you trying to protect your family, right?
Yeah.
Your family being Miss Jenny Stewart and Miss Veronica Stewart,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
They're here today watching you.
Yeah.
Your dad's not here today, right?
No.
You testified on cross. That you met up the day after, and it was discussing how to get rid of evidence. Is that right?
Yes.
It was your dad giving the advice on how to get rid of evidence, correct?
Yes.
'Cause he's got some history on it, right?
Objection, improper question.
Sustained.
How would your dad know how to get rid of evidence?
I got rid of my own evidence. My dad ain't had nothing to do with it. He probably said something, he had nothing to do with it. Y'all be trying to paint image on me, you know what I'm saying? But y'all ain't never trying to paint image on them. You know
Why
what
would
I'm
your
saying?
dad-
And his mama helped do all
Why
that.
would your dad advise Miss Stein and Thomas Stein as to how to get rid of evidence?
No,
Does he watch a lot of court TV?
no.
Objection calls for speculation and asks and answered.
It's already been asked and answered already, so you can move on to the next question.
So to be clear, your answer is I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? It has to be a verbal answer, sir.
What you saying, bro? What you saying?
You don't know how your dad was able to render advice as to how to get rid of evidence.
No.
You don't know. You said that in the bank parking lot, you and T hatched this plan to start robbing people. Is that right?
Bank in the parking lot. No, the street from down the bank.
The street from down the bank.
Yeah.
So you go and you park at the bank. Is that right?
No.
That's when you see the yellow Mustang?
We driving down the street.
Okay.
He started trying to put words in my mouth and let me speak, right?
Speak. Tell me how the plan came about, how you're going to rob people. And I want to ask you some questions about that.
I already told you, bro. I already told you.
You gotta be responsive to the attorney's questions and just speak up loud.
I already told you.
How did you hatch the plan to start robbing people?
It was my co-defendant's idea. We were supposed to go hit cars that night, but everything went left.
So where were you when you?
Wait, you gotta let him answer, so go ahead.
It was I was supposed to go hit cars that night. I ain't supposed to rob nobody.
Where were you when you hatched the plan to start robbing people?
There was no plan. I was in the passenger seat though, but there was no plan.
You were where?
I was in the passenger seat.
You were in the passenger seat. But where was the vehicle?
Down the street from the bank.
Down the street from the bank.
Yeah.
Did you ever pull into the bank parking lot?
No.
So the whole idea that you were watching for people to go to the ATM and going, the guy with the yellow Mustang, that's all made up, right?
What you mean?
You testified on direct, you were in the bank parking lot, you were watching the ATM, and you're waiting for
I
someone to
never
go to the
said
ATM.
I was in the
Wait, let me finish the question, you can answer.
And you're waiting for someone to come to the ATM, you saw a guy with a yellow Mustang. But then you decided, no, I'm not gonna do that.
I ain't never said I was in the parking lot. I saw it down the street. I ain't never said I was in the parking lot. People just putting words in my mouth.
Were you using binoculars? How were you watching the ATM?
I'm gonna object to this.
Well,
character.
it's, first of all, it's compound, so.
How were you watching the ATM?
I told you we drive down the street.
Okay, how were you able to see the ATM? Did you use something to aid your
It's
vision?
a bank. Of course, it got ATM. They was, no, son. Of course, it got ATM.
Okay. But how did you see it? If you were down the street,
Down the street by the stop sign.
by the stop sign? Okay.
Yes.
So you're down the street by the stop sign, and what were you using to watch the ATM from down the street?
My eyes. What else I be using?
Did you have a pair of binoculars with you?
No, because I didn't plan nothing out.
You had a mask, right?
Yeah.
You had a gun.
Yeah.
So you're planning something.
No.
It's one thing to try door handles to see if a car's open and take some loose change. It's another thing to hold somebody up with a gun in the face. Do you agree with that statement? Do you agree with that statement?
Say it again.
It's a different act to try a door handle, to go into a car to see if there's loose change. And there's a different act, completely
Yeah.
different act,
Yeah.
to hold a gun up to somebody and say, give me all your shit.
Yeah.
So at what point do you form the plan to switch from going into cars to robbing people at gunpoint?
But don't be screaming at me. Don't be doing all that.
I just want to make sure you understand the questions.
I'm coming collect with you. Don't be doing all that with me.
You're going to come collect with
I
me?
said I'm come collect with you. Don't be doing all that with me. And nothing was planned. You know what I'm saying? Nobody was supposed to die. Nothing was planned.
Nothing was planned.
No, not in my head. Nothing was planned.
So according to your story, at some point, Thomas is just driving down the road, makes a U-turn after he sees the girls, and you hop out, and what's the agreement? Like what?
It wasn't planned. It was, how you said, it was impulsive.
It was impulsive.
Yeah.
So what was said? What was the conversation between you and T?
You know what I'm saying? You pointed him out. At first, I said, no. You know what I'm saying? But he got time like I was scared to do this. So I said, yeah, I done it.
Are you sure this conversation wasn't with the two people in the back seat?
I told you there wasn't nobody, and you keep saying people in the back seat. You keep trying to put words in my mouth. There wasn't nobody in the back seat.
During your proffer with the state, did Detective LaSalandra ever tell you that they can tell a lot about cars' electronics black boxes?
Huh?
They can tell a lot from a car's electronics. He could tell when the doors were open in the car. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And isn't that why you're telling these people here today, I ran to the back door first, opened it, and closed it,
I
and then
did,
got in the
bro.
front
I was
seat?
nervous, bro. I ran to the back door. I shut it because I was trying to look and see if somebody shot. I didn't see no blood, so I hopped in the passenger seat.
All right, and didn't you also say that when you,
I'm gonna object. Every one of these questions is leading. Counsel called him as a witness.
I understand the objection is leading. I'll let you ask your next question.
what if anything happened when you opened the door to get out of the vehicle to attack the girls? What if anything happened when you opened the doors to attack the girls? Did the back door pop open too?
No doors open. It was only 2 doors open. Keep telling you that. You act like you can't hear me. You know what I'm saying? I told you twice. Told you 100 times. It was only 2 doors pop. I opened the 3rd door.
Wasn't it your idea to burn the clothes when you got back to Thomas Stein's house?
Yes.
So Ms. Miller talked about the first time you came in to give a proffer, and you met with her, Detective Lessalondra and Ms. Wolf over at the Cape Coral Police Department. Is that right?
Gotta answer out loud.
What you said?
You met him over at the Cape Coral Police Department
Yeah,
first time? And how long had you been in jail that time?
Yeah.
They bring you anything to eat?
No.
You don't remember bragging about the fact you got some Popeyes when you went back to jail?
No.
You don't remember that? They sent you away from the first proffer, and they brought you back to the second because you weren't honest about some testimony, right?
Yeah.
But you still haven't been honest about your testimony in reference to what you did with the gun.
I
Right.
told y'all what I did with the gun, but you keep trying to put words in my mouth, bro. Trying to sweet talk me.
You told the police what you did with the gun,
Yeah.
but they still can't find it.
I don't know what happened to it. It's over there. I know I put it out. You know what I'm saying? I told them where I put it out.
They use divers and metal detectors, and they can't find this gun, right?
Objection to counsel testifying and leaving.
Sustained is legal.
What about your phone?
I threw my phone in the close hazard.
That's what you told police,
Yeah.
right? But they still haven't been able to find it.
The loose hazard bed. How can I find the phone?
The reason that you got rid of the phone is it had evidence of other people in it. True?
No.
It wouldn't have evidence of everyone else that you had contacted that night?
No, it didn't have that type of, no, no.
It wouldn't have any
Yeah,
evidence?
evidence of, yeah, that night, when I contact somebody, yeah.
Would it have evidence of people that you were making plans with?
No,
Trying to rob a Chico?
I ain't never say that.
Trying to get the body?
I ain't never say that. You just trying to make me like the bad person.
You gotta wait for a question, sir.
How can you know what I'm saying?
You gotta wait for a
Not
question.
give me questions.
Listen, you just gotta wait for a question, and you respond to the attorney's questions, and the state will have an opportunity to request questions.
Why did you have to feel the need to use Jug or your cousin to help you get rid of your phone?
Because I ain't need my cousin. He was just always with my cousin, you know what I'm saying? My cousin didn't know nothing.
You were always with your cousin, but he didn't know.
I said I didn't, bro, why you keep putting words in my mouth, bro?
I'm just repeating what you
No,
told
you're
me.
not. No, you're not, bro. You putting words in my mouth. I ain't say that. I said I was with my cousin and he didn't tell me to do nothing. He didn't know nothing. I threw my phone out the window, you know what I'm saying? He didn't tell, I slung out the window.
But my question is, why would you involve your cousin?
I didn't involve my cousin.
But you had him drive you, right? Because you weren't driving.
Yeah, he was driving across the bridge and I threw it in the water.
So do you live with your cousin?
No,
So your cousin had to come and pick you up,
yeah,
give you a ride
yeah.
over the Caloosahatchee.
No, he didn't give me a ride. I went in town with him. I went in town with him just to go in town with him, you know what I'm saying? Cool it with him. But I threw the phone in the ocean when we was going over the water.
And you had to clear the lane of traffic, right? In order to throw your phone over the side of the bridge, you had to clear the lane of traffic.
I don't remember, I just threw a phone. I just slung the phone.
There's a wall between that and the sidewalk. And then you have the guardrail,
Mm-hmm.
right?
I never walked that
So this
bridge.
wasn't a little toss.
So I don't know.
What's that?
I've never been on walk that bridge, so I don't know.
You never been on that bridge?
I said I never walked across that bridge. I don't know the facts of the bridge. I don't know like no.
When you discarded the phone, though, you knew it well enough to get rid of the phone over the edge into the water. Is that right?
All I did was sling the phone. I don't know if it hit the wall or none of that. I know I slung the phone.
Twinkle, twinkle, little snitch. Mind your own business, you fucking nosy bitch.
Because of your plea deal, if it stays intact,
Mm-hmm.
you're not looking at life in prison, right?
Yeah.
You're not looking at the minimum mandatory this case brings with it, right?
Yeah.
You get your good time and your gain time. So you're 15% right at the top. You get time for being good.
15, that's not. I don't even know if that's real. It's a parole hearing. I don't even know if that's real.
It's what?
I don't even know if that's real.
What'd you say
They're
before
just
that?
probably trying to tell me something. I don't know if that's for facts. I don't know if it's in the law book.
You don't know if it's in the law book, but you had your attorney here, right? Mr. Hyder?
Yeah.
And he gave you advice about it. Right?
Yeah.
And just so I have the timing right, you're arrested, your family's arrested, you give a proffer.
Objection, Judge. Going down that road that we discussed before, painting a picture.
I'm going to hear the question and then
If they hear it,
approach.
So he's going to have to prop the question right now. So I'm not sure if we're going to be able to. I don't think we'll probably hear. Well, I don't know. Maybe they'll decide. You know what? We'll put this guy on. I don't know. Maybe let them go early for a Friday and then come back on Monday early and put this guy on. So he has confirmed that he wants to testify. But he has the right to change his mind as well. He could change his mind if he wants to. No worries, Lady Di. That's fine. Adopted this theory of there being two people. I don't know, because all of their witnesses, the state's witnesses, have stated that there were 4 or 5 people there. So this is a little bit different. I don't think he's testifying truthfully. So I don't even know if this will, work out. So I don't know. And so if you did miss it, this guy was testifying earlier, not testifying, speaking to the jury, to the judge earlier, and he just started crying, saying that he was going to testify. So I'm not sure how he's going to deal with look, at the end of the day, he needs to be up there and just be calm, collected, answer the questions.
Once again, I just want to make sure I have the timeline right. You get arrested. Your family gets arrested.
Yeah.
You give the offer for a proffer.
Yeah.
You give another proffer.
Yeah.
Your family's charges get dropped.
Yeah.
And now you're testifying today in court.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. All right, sir. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you back into the jury room for a few minutes.
All right.
God bless you. All right, let the record reflect jury's exited the courtroom. You can go back at it. You're excused. Is he excused from his subpoena? Any
well,
objection?
yes.
Or it's your witness, I guess. So you want me to keep him up here or let him go?
Keep up here, Judge.
Okay. So you can go back. No, not there. Back there. Yeah, just go with Bailey. All right.
Judge, on second thought, I don't need him. I'm sorry. You can send him down.
All right, Eric, he can go. He can go back.
Judge, if that's the case, I'd love to step back.
What's that?
If he's released, I'd love to step back there real quick. If that's
As
okay.
long as it's not going to hold us up.
No, Judge, I'll stand away, I promise.
Well, I mean, we're going to bring a jury in.
Yeah, let's. No, now's not really the time. All right. So then we just have Mr. Stein, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So ready to bring the jury back in?
Judge, do we want to do that tonight, or we want to come back on Monday?
No, I'd rather do it now. So I haven't even inquired of the jury about their availability on Monday yet. So let's just keep it going, and then we'll see where we get with them.
Are we anticipating going to closing this right after?
Not, and we'll talk about it. So let's just get through this and then we'll figure it out. All right, let's bring the jury back. And I'm sorry, Mr. Hyder, I just want to keep things going.
Completely understand, Judge.
Okay.
Okay, so we might not watch the Ohio one tonight. I'm not sure. Maybe we do. I don't know. I have to check if they're still going in Ohio. They're on break in Ohio. OH. They've been going on for 3 hours. Fuck. Oh, hang on. Something happening there. Oh, they literally just finished now. They literally just finished now. I can't tomorrow. I'm going off for dinner tomorrow. I'm going out for dinner. Oh, maybe. You want to do the Ohio tomorrow at around 3 o'clock Eastern? I could do 3 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Eastern. If people are interested, I could do then. But my dinner's about 6 o'clock, which is 1 o'clock Eastern. But it should be done by about 4 o'clock. I could do then. Yeah, okay, let's do tomorrow then. I'll do tomorrow. I'll say 3:30 Eastern, but it might be 4. There we go, we'll do it tomorrow. There we go, I'll change it now then. So tomorrow, 3:30 Eastern, I'll go live. Cool. Sarah P, everyone, mods, obviously, I don't want to see your asses here. Come enjoy your weekends. But, yeah, we'll do that then. Happy. Oh, do you know what? This is a blessing. Dave can't be there. Oh, I'm so sorry, Dave. So it'll be, I won't be here tomorrow. No, it's fine. No, don't try and pop it. Go and enjoy yourself. Go and enjoy yourself, Sappy. Don't worry at all, my darling. You don't have to worry about anything, my darling. Go and enjoy yourself. Yeah, it will give me a break tonight, especially if they're going on late. Do you know what I mean? So, and it's going to be about 2 hours of testimony. They were on for about 3 hours, plus there's probably a break of about 1/4 hour. So it's probably about 2 hours of testimony. So yeah, I'll change the times now on that. So let me just do this. Oh, he's going on there now.
You can take the stand.
Yes. Yeah, no, I know you did. It's fine. Thank you, Sarah P. You're a legend.
Proceed when you're ready.
Thanks. How old are you, son?
How old am I? 18.
Where are you from?
North Fort Myers.
Born and raised?
I've been around Florida.
Around Florida?
Yeah.
Like where?
North Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Arcadia.
Okay. What school did you go to before you got arrested?
Mariner High School.
You're gonna speak up.
Mariner High School.
Mariner High School. Maybe if you just take the mic and just kind of point it at your face.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah.
What grade were you in?
10th grade.
At the time this happened, where were you living?
69 West Marion Avenue.
Who'd you live with?
My mom and my siblings.
How many siblings did you have?
4 siblings at the time.
Do you have your own bedroom?
Hmm?
Do you have your own bedroom?
Yes.
And you heard your mom testify, obviously, here in court yesterday.
Yes, sir.
About the bedroom assignment, that was all accurate?
Yes, sir.
Who's Jaden Fernandez to you?
Jaden Fernandez, he's my friend.
Lucy was your friend
Yes,
on the outside?
yes.
How long did you know him for?
I knew Jaden for 2 years.
Where'd you know him from?
School.
Okay, did you guys have classes together?
Nah, he was a grade above me, so we didn't really have any classes together.
So what did you have in common?
We lived right by each other, so we were at the same bus stop. So that's where we kind of met.
When you saw him here yesterday testifying, what did you think?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Were you fearful about anything Jaden was going to testify against you about?
No, sir.
Let's get this out of the way first thing. Did you shoot and kill Kayla Rincon-Miller?
No, sir.
Do you know who did?
Yes, sir.
We'll get to that in a second. Who pays your bills?
My mom.
Okay. And what does she pay for? She pay for gas?
I didn't really have any bills, but she paid for pretty much everything: food, housing,
Cell phone?
cell phone bill.
She was aware that you smoked marijuana?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever do it in the house?
No.
That's an outside thing, right?
Yeah, that
Away from the
was.
siblings?
Yeah.
Was your mom comfortable with you going out other places and smoking marijuana?
Yes, sir. She didn't really have any concern about it, just as long as like I'm in like controlled environment, like not getting in trouble.
So she would rather have eyes on you, you get in trouble at home than elsewhere?
Yes, like she'd rather me do it at the house instead of like being elsewhere and possibly getting in trouble.
She had guns in the home?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about the Glock that she had in the home.
The Glock, it's a Generation 5. It's a 40 caliber. I've had the chance to shoot it myself. I've been to the gun range on multiple different occasions.
Okay. Was anyone with you at the gun range?
Yes, depending on which time, yeah, different people.
Like who?
My brother, my friend Corey went with me one time.
Is that Corey Mormon?
Corey Mormon and DJ Darryl Ford.
Now, Darryl Ford, we've heard his name a couple times. He is the co-owner of the 1911.
Yes, sir.
I said co-owner. What do you mean, like your co-owner?
Like we would kind of share we would pass the firearm back and forth. He was on probation, so a lot of times I would keep it at my house, and then he ended up getting arrested, and I just kept the firearm while he was incarcerated.
Was your mom aware of that weapon?
No, sir.
Was DJ's mom aware of that weapon?
No, sir.
Was DJ's probation officer with that weapon?
No, sir.
How do you know Christopher Horn Jr.?
I met Christopher from Darryl.
How so?
The first time I met him, we were at Darryl's house, or we were at my house, and Darryl was with me, and he was like, "You want Buster to come?" And I was like, "Sure," because I talked to him on like previous occasions on like Instagram, and it was kind of out of the ordinary for me because I typically had the same friend group, and I had a group chat, and they added Christopher, so it was kind of weird because it's like I didn't know him, so I kind of like got to know him over like a couple weeks online, like through FaceTime, and he ended up coming to my house one day, and that's when I met him.
On March 17th, you spend the entire day with your family,
Pretty much.
right? During the day,
Yes, sir.
you go to this beach,
Yes, sir.
and Jaden Fernandez is with you,
Yes, sir.
and you guys are chatting with girls.
Yes, sir.
Seems pretty wholesome, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys get something to eat?
Yes, sir. After the beach, we get some food.
What kind of food you get?
Wendy's. We had snacks at the beach too with us.
Okay. So then you drop off Jaden Fernandez.
Yes, sir.
And your mom's driving the car?
Yes.
Who, if anyone, contacts you after you drop off Jaden Fernandez?
Christopher or Buster, he was messaging me early in the morning, like asking what I was doing. And we were originally planning that spring break to go to Fort Myers Beach. So I think I asked him, like, you still want to go to Fort Myers Beach?
Narrative response.
Oh,
So I asked him if you want to go to Fort Myers Beach. And we're just kind of in contact throughout the day. And then I was at home and either I called him or he called me. I don't really recall. But I called him or he called me. And then he was like, you want to hang out? And I was like, sure.
Okay. Was he aware?
Huh?
Was he aware that you had access to the rental car?
I told him I had the car. I told him, yeah.
And he was expecting you to come pick him up, right?
Yes, sir.
And he made you aware that he was at a location that was not his house.
Yes, sir. I noticed that.
Okay. It was his friend Derek's house?
Yes, sir.
The one that passed away?
Yes.
Do you know if anybody else he was there with?
I know whose house it was, but I didn't know who they were.
Okay. Were there other people there, obviously?
Yes.
So when you pick him up, we saw the video, right? You picking him up?
Yes, sir.
And you're driving around.
Yes, sir.
So does Chris have any money?
Not that I noticed.
Okay. Is he usually coming over to kind of smoke your weed and hang out?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Had he ever bought weed from you before?
Yeah, he bought a marijuana cartridge. It's a vape. Yeah.
So vape pen?
Yeah.
But why use yours when you can smoke yours?
Yeah.
Are you guys smoking marijuana in the car?
Yes, sir. We're smoking not weed, like bud, but like the vape.
The cartridges?
I wasn't smoking it personally, but I was letting him smoke my cart.
Okay. Because you're driving?
Yes.
Tell me about this idea that you guys have about going into open cars.
After I picked them up, we drove to the movie theater, and I was just kind of like seeing the area because I'm from the area. I know a lot of people around there, and I was just driving around there to see if there was anybody I knew to try to find something to do. But that's when Horn kind of suggested the idea to go car hopping, and he kind of tells me the story how he hit a car in the parking lot and like found some weed and everything. So I was like, okay, but I was like, I don't think this is a good spot though, just because there's so many people out there, and it's like light, cameras, people, like it's a parking lot.
You were nervous about it?
Yeah.
You called it car hopping?
Yes.
Did Chris have a mask with him?
Yes, sir. In the parking lot, he brought, like, when he suggested it, that's when he kind of brought it out and put it on top of his head, like a skull cap almost.
Right. Were you aware that it was actually a ski mask?
Yes, I did. I guess I was.
But he was wearing it like a fashion accessory.
Yeah, a lot of people would do that. Like,
oh, we'll get that. We'll get to that. So you're driving around, and what happens next? Do you get a call from Jaden?
So after we're in the parking lot, I was telling him like it's not a good idea, it's too much light. So I kind of like suggest a better spot in Palmetto Park, and we drive through there, and it was just like we didn't end up doing anything. So we just ended up driving back to the house, and I think Jaden ended up calling me sometime, and he asked me he was like, do you have any weed? And I was like, yes. And he said he has $20. I was like, okay, I could give you some weed.
Okay.
Like sell him some.
I don't want to give the jurors the wrong idea. You're not like some marijuana kingpin, right?
No, sir.
You had your own stash that you had. You just kind of breaking them up.
Sometimes I would break off to my friends and
So obviously when you're selling marijuana, it's kind of a dicey situation. Would you use a messaging platform to sell that?
Yes, I did. I had it's an app called Telegram. It's a group. So I would kind of promote it on my Instagram. I would put the link, and it's like pretty much anybody could join it, and I have to accept them into it. And on the Telegram, I would kind of like list. I would get like not a lot of weed, probably like an ounce or 2 ounces, and I would just list it, and it'd just be people I knew, and I would just like sell it to them to make a little money. And just the fact that it's like you buy like 2 ounces, you sell 1 ounce for the same price you bought both of them for. So it's like you have an ounce of smoke for free.
Okay. And you said this was like a link that was on your Instagram page?
Yes, sir.
So Jaden hits you up, you go and pick him up, right?
Yes, sir.
You heard him testify, you guys picked him up. Chris got out of the car.
Not that I remember. I don't remember that.
You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
You ever remember Chris telling Jaden, hey, I want to rob a Chico?
No, sir.
Those words never came out of his mouth as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And that doesn't mean he didn't say that to Jaden at some point that night?
It's possible.
So you take Jaden back over to your house?
Yes, sir. And that's where I sell him the weed. That's why I sell it to him.
Okay. Comes back out to the car and you take him back home?
Yeah.
So afterwards, are you again driving around with Chris looking for cars to check door handles on?
No, sir.
What's the game?
After we drop Jaden off, that's when we get on the live video that the state showed the jurors earlier. And we were just listening to music, and we cut the live video off, and that's when Chris kind of tells me, he tells me like if I want to hang out with his homeboys. I was like, who? And he's just like, oh yeah, it's some people I know. So I'm like, sure. So yeah.
So how do you know these people?
I don't know them. They're Christopher's friends.
Did he ever mention their names?
Yes, he did.
Okay. When I mentioned at some point you picked him up, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you pick him up?
The church.
Were they together, or did you have to wait for each one to arrive?
They were together.
What was their names?
Christopher referred to them as, one of them JD, and the other one's name is Trey.
And you've never seen these people before?
No, sir.
So now you're driving around for about 20 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're over there off of Del Prado, off of near 16th?
Yes, by the Marquee Cinemas.
And you guys are just kind of hanging out and doing what, listening to music?
We were just in the car listening to music. It was kind of weird for me because I don't know, it feels like I didn't really fit in with them. Like just their demeanor was a lot different than me. So
They seem much harder than you?
What do you mean?
Like more thug?
Like what?
Thuggish?
Yeah,
Harder?
yeah, definitely.
And so you're just driving these guys around?
Pretty much.
Are they smoking your cart?
Yeah, I noticed they did smell. They smelled like marijuana when they got in the car. So I kind of asked them like, "Oh, were y'all just smoking?" And I was passing around the cartridge I had.
So at some point you see the three girls, right?
Yes, sir.
Did any of them look like guys?
No, sir.
You see the three girls, and what do you do?
We're driving down the road and we see the three girls and we're all kind of just looking at them. We're checking them out. Like we're kind of just like who's the best one? Like they're like beautiful girls. So we're just kind of like seeing which one looks the best, like off our opinions. So
Is this when you're kind of driving by real slow and you're looking at them, right?
Yeah.
And you kind of like stare at them in your face?
Yeah.
Do you see them look back at you?
Yes, sir.
Does anyone in the car seem to recognize any of the girls?
One of the individuals told me, he said he thinks he recognizes one of them.
Okay. Which girl? Oh, which individual?
The one Bus referred to as JD.
Where's JD sitting?
He was behind me in the driver rear.
Driver rear?
Yes, sir.
So what does he ask you to do, if anything?
We drive down the road and he tells me to turn around. He's like, he thinks he knows him. And we kind of wanted to say like, what's up type of thing.
Let me ask you this. Were you aware that Chris had your 1911?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a Glock that night?
No, sir.
Did you have a mask?
No, sir.
Did you have anything to cover your face?
No, sir. I had a hoodie.
You had a hoodie?
Put over my head.
Did you have it up?
No, sir.
So you turn around and you approach the three ladies in the room, right?
Yes, sir.
What happens then?
As we're arriving, as we're pulling up on them, I kind of I'm kind of like nervous because it's kind of like a weird scenario. Like JD wants to say what's up, and it's just like we're on a dark road. It's like they're walking down. So as I'm driving, I flash the high beams to like acknowledge our presence type of thing.
Just say, hey.
Yeah.
Over here.
Yeah. So and before we get to I'm thinking in my head, I'm thinking they're gonna roll down the windows. But as I'm pulling up, JD or someone in the back seat, they crack the door so the car starts beeping on the dashboard. So I'm like, okay, so I guess they're gonna get out the vehicle.
So when the car door opens and the car's in drive, the door starts beeping?
Yeah, when the vehicle's in drive, it'll beep when the door's open.
And that's how you knew someone had opened the back door?
Yes, sir.
And you can see that no one had opened the front door?
Yes, sir. Christopher was right there. He didn't open it.
So the back door is crack open in your words?
Yeah, it was just slightly cracked.
What happened then?
As we get up, we get out the car, and everybody, I look back because I'm kind of expecting JD to like say something. And as he's getting out of the vehicle, I noticed him. When I first seen him, I noticed he had what I thought at the time it was a do-rag, but turns out to be a ski mask. He pulls the ski mask down, and I'm just looking at him. He pulls firearm out, runs up, and then they're trying to rob these girls. Everybody.
All right, so the three doors open, your door is already open, right?
Yes, sir.
But do you leave your driver's side door?
I stand by the driver's side door at first.
Who approaches the white girl that we know as MRI?
Christopher.
All right, so Buster goes to bed.
Yes, sir.
Who goes to Luann?
Trey.
Trey.
Yes, sir.
What is Trey wearing?
Trey, he was wearing a red jacket, I think, red hoodie.
Red hoodie?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it have anything on the front of it?
Not that I remember.
And who goes to Kayla?
JD.
What's JD wearing?
JD has all black.
Is he wearing anything to cover his face?
Yes.
Does JD have a gun?
Yes.
Does Chris have a gun?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Trey has a gun?
Not 100. He had to, yeah.
You're assuming that he did?
Yeah.
So what's going on at this scene? You're kind of seeing this unfold before you. What's happening?
I'm just, well, it was in moments. It was like, as they get out the car, it's within 10 seconds. Christopher runs up to Emma, Trey runs up to Deja, and JD's at Kayla. And everybody's kind of like struggling. And out of the three of them, I kind of noticed Kayla and JD, they're kind of almost in like altercation. They're fighting.
Like
almost
flying.
Yeah, like it's like they're moving back and forth. Like looks like they're fighting. Like Kayla's defending herself from them.
What do you do?
So at this point, I kind of run up to separate them. Like, and before I even get up, that's when the gun went off.
So before you even arrived at the two of them, the gun had gone off.
Yes, sir.
When the gun went off, what did you do?
I was shocked. I was shocked. I was like, oh shit, or something
Along those
to
lines.
that effect.
Did you hear someone yell, "Why did you shoot her? Why'd you shoot?"
Yes, sir.
You guys got back in the car, right?
Yes, sir. We all ran back to the vehicle.
And then you took off.
Yes, I took off. Pulled off.
Just to be clear, were you aware that there was going to be a robbery?
No, sir.
Your plan was first off to go into open cars, right?
Yeah, check door handles.
And then hang out with these two boys.
Yes, sir.
With Chris. So, do you go back to the church at that point, or do you go back to your house?
No, sir. We go directly back to my house.
Okay. Are you freaking out?
Yes, sir.
What's the situation like in the car?
I couldn't even drive straight. I don't know. They were telling me like drive straight, and I couldn't drive correctly, and it was just chaos at first. But on the way back, it was awkward. It was silence the whole time, pretty much.
What was the guy that had pulled the trigger? What was he doing, JD?
On the way back,
yeah.
He was panicking. Everybody was panicking, and as we're leaving, it starts to calm down, and then out of nowhere, he really starts panicking, noticing he starts saying something about the shell casing. He's like, the shell casing, and he tells me to drive back. He tells me to drive back to the scene, and at this time, I'm already like 4 minutes away, so I'm like, no. I'm like, no, that's not a good idea. So, and he's like, my fingerprints are on it, and he's like really worried about the shell casing. And then it just kind of quiet from there on out.
All right. So when you get back to your house, what do you do?
When I get back to the house, Trey and JD, they just go their separate ways. They leave to their house or wherever they were at.
You don't know if anyone comes to pick them up?
No, they just kind of left. Like they didn't even have the chance to go into the house or anything. They just kind of got out at the driveway.
And they just took off?
Yes, sir.
What about Buster?
Buster stayed with me.
Okay. Was he freaking out too?
Yes.
What, if anything, did he say that you guys had to do?
We were at the house just kind of like panicking, like going over, like, I'm just like, I didn't know what happened. So it was like, I'm just telling them like, why did y'all do that type of thing? Like, I'm just driving a car, like not knowing what's going on. So, and then he kind of tells me, he's like, that's when he kind of suggests to me like that we burn the hoodies. And I tell him, I'm like, why do I need to burn the hoodie? Like, I just got this new jacket. So I was like, I didn't want to burn it. And he's like, the police might identify it. So I just went along with it.
It was a Nike Tech jacket?
Yeah, it was a Nike Tech.
They're not cheap.
No, sir.
But you burn it anyway, right?
Yes, sir.
You burn it with the red hoodie that Christopher Horn is wearing.
Yes, sir.
Does Chris still have the 1911 that he was holding?
Yes, sir.
Does he ever get rid of it?
Not at the time, sir.
Do you know whether or not the 1911 had bullets in it?
Not that I'm aware of.
When you got back?
Oh, yeah, it did have bullets in it. Yeah.
So where did the 1911 come from?
It came from me.
Okay.
When I picked Christopher up, he asked me if I had the gun, and I said yes, and he wanted to hold it, so I was like, we're gonna be together through the night anyway, so I wasn't minding him holding it.
Okay. Did you ever see him take the bullets out of the gun?
Not that I remember. He might have. I don't know.
Had you ever shot the gun before?
Yes, I have on a previous occasion.
How many bullets, if any, were in the magazine, to your knowledge?
I think the magazine holded 8 bullets.
Okay. All right, so you're back at the house. Chris is there with you.
Yes, sir.
You heard Mr. Horn testify that you guys get into a physical altercation. You hold up a gun, and there's a stovepiped shell casing sticking out the top.
Yes, sir.
Did that happen?
No, sir.
You didn't take the stovepiped shell casing out and throw it into a toilet?
Absolutely not.
Where was that block?
Where was the Glock?
Yeah.
It most likely was in my mom's safe. My mom kind of had control of all that.
Okay. Did you have a key to the safe?
I didn't have my own key, but I would sometimes, the key was on her keychain, and sometimes I would be slick and I would steal the key off of it, and sometimes I would go in the safe and take the gun.
Okay. And then you guys would make those horrible rap videos that we had to listen to, right?
Yes, sir.
So again, we're there that night. It's after the shooting. What's Chris saying to you? Anything?
Objection as to hearsay.
I'm sorry, what?
It's an objection as to hearsay.
Ooh.
What was the question?
What if anything did Chris say to you?
When? The night after?
No, the night of. Did you guys get into a fight?
No, sir.
Did you ultimately take him home?
My mother did.
Did you give his dad the wrong address?
Not intentionally.
But you put your address into his phone for his dad?
Yes, sir.
So Chris definitely had his phone then?
Yeah.
Did you see anyone else that he was texting with after that happened?
Not that I noticed.
Is Chris waiting inside for the ride, or is he waiting outside?
I think when I typed the address in, he was waiting outside for like 20 minutes, and then he came back in, and I was kind of surprised. I was like, your ride didn't come? And he was like, nah, the address is wrong. And I looked at it and I was like, I guess it was wrong. And I clicked on it and it was like somewhere in Port Charlotte.
So he goes home then?
My mom gets back from the gym with my brother, and I asked her if she could drop him off.
And she does?
Yes, sir.
The following morning, your mom's approached by the Horn family to meet. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you go?
Yes, sir. I go with her.
At some point during that morning, you had a conversation with Buster, and you wanted to go to the police. Is that correct?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And
Did I
then
want to go to the police?
that you wanted to go to the police, you were going to call 911.
I didn't want to go to the police.
But you felt like you had to, right?
Almost. But I was kind of scared to do so.
Of course.
Objection as to the mark, counsel on the testimony.
I'll withdraw.
Let's just move on.
So you and your mom drive to a park where you meet with the Horn family, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you go back to, I guess, his grandma's house?
Yes.
That's Ma Dana's house?
I didn't know whose house it was.
Was it there that Christopher Horn Sr. was giving you and your mom advice on how to get rid of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was it there that he offered to pay for your legal services?
I think possibly.
Or that might have been some other time?
I might have seen it somewhere, and I heard something about it. So I think he did say something to that effect.
They were concerned that if you got caught,
That I was going to say something.
and obviously it was going to come back to you because,
Objection as to leading.
Sustained.
were you concerned that it was going to come back to you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Why?
Because the car was rented by my mom, and I'm her son.
And you weren't wearing a mask,
No,
right? And it wasn't like you were trying to hide your identity, right?
No.
Especially when you rolled up on these girls at 5 miles an hour, you're looking right in the eye.
Objection as to leading.
Sustained.
So you had a concern that was going to come back to you. What? And they had a concern that you were going to talk if you got arrested.
yes,
Objection as to leading.
Sustained.
Did you have a concern it was going to come back to you?
yes, sir.
Were they concerned that you would talk if you got arrested?
Yes, sir.
Did you ultimately get arrested?
Yes, sir.
How long after?
2 days after.
2 days. Where'd they arrest you?
Off Bayshore.
You were driving with your mom?
Yes, sir.
When you got arrested, they brought you in for questioning, is that right?
Yes, sir.
They started asking you questions,
Yes,
and you asked them whether or not you were a suspect.
that's true.
When they confirmed that you are, is that when you asked for a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned something about a setup.
Yes, sir.
Did you feel like you were being set up?
Somewhat, yes. I kind of felt like I was almost being like taken advantage of, just because I could drive and I didn't know these people. So definitely.
You were afraid that you were a patsy.
Objection as to leading.
Sustained.
Were you afraid that you were a patsy?
Yes, sir.
Just like that.
You may.
Nothing further.
See?
Mr. Stein, at the time of the murder in March of 2024, you were 16 years old,
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am.
driving around your mom's rental car.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you steal that from her, or did she give you permission to drive it?
Objection, judge relevance.
Sustained.
Did she
No,
give me
you don't
permission?
have to answer the question. She can ask.
And the night of the murder, you were okay with your friend smoking weed in the car, but you were going to be the responsible driver and not smoke marijuana while you were driving?
Yes, ma'am. I didn't really like being under the influence. while I'm like driving or like at school or scenarios like that.
But your mom didn't want you to smoke weed at home, right?
She allowed me to just because she didn't want me to smoke in like different areas where I could potentially get in trouble.
Oh, I misunderstood. So your mom did let you smoke weed at home because that was the controlled environment?
Yes, but not in the house though, only outside.
So on the property, but not inside the home?
Yeah, that was no go.
And you've heard about the Glock 27 we've been talking about during this trial and the 1911, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Both of those guns that have been discussed in this trial are your guns, is that right?
No, ma'am.
No? Which one is not your gun?
The Glock 27.
Whose gun is that?
That's my mother's.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a gun that your mom bought for herself?
Yeah, that's my mother's gun.
So it's not true that your mom bought it for you?
That's not true.
And you said you went several times to the gun range with various people?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old were you doing that?
16.
And what gun ranges were letting 16-year-olds go practice in the gun range?
I think all gun ranges allow it. It just, your parent has to sign a waiver saying, like they're kind of there with you.
So your mom brought you and your 16-year-old friends to the gun range to practice playing with the guns?
To practice kind of just for like self-defense type thing. Not self-defense, but just kind of fun.
How many times have you hung out with Christopher Horn?
Probably like 3 or 4 times.
In total?
Like somewhere around there. 3 or 4 times, maybe 5.
And in those 3 to 4 times, I think you indicated that he was always smoking your weed and wanting rides?
Pretty much.
So the times that you hung out with him on those 3 to 4 occasions, you were always driving him around and supplying him weed?
Yes, ma'am.
But you charged Jaden Fernandez for marijuana, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't charge Christopher Horn?
When I'm with him, I'm not just like selling him. Like if I'm smoking, I'm not gonna just like sell it to him. I'll just let him smoke it with me, or like just being like friends. Like I'm not gonna charge him just to smoke with me.
The person that you knew and hung out with 3 to 4 times, you weren't gonna charge him to smoke?
Not with me. But if he wanted to buy something, I would let him.
Now, when Jaden Fernandez contacted you to buy weed on the night of the murder, he wanted how much?
$20 worth.
How much is that?
2 grams.
So and there was a little dispute that night about whether you'd actually given him 2 grams or 1.9 grams, isn't that right? It's not a large amount of weed, is it?
Yeah, it was. I don't really remember him saying anything about it, but I think on the scale of like 1.9, and it was supposed to be 2 grams, so I didn't think it was a big issue.
But that's your friend that you've been friends with for quite a long time, right?
Yeah, like the missing amount was probably like $1 worth, so it's really not, it wasn't an issue.
And you spent all day with Jaden Fernandez at the beach?
Yes, ma'am.
Had a good time together?
Yes, ma'am.
And he asks you for $20 of 2 grams of weed and you sell it to him instead of giving it to him?
Yes, ma'am.
But that's because you're running an operation through this Telegram app, is that right?
Pretty much.
Okay, so you're using your Instagram to advertise your business, your weed selling business on Telegram?
Yes.
So you're not going to give away your product?
It depends on who, like, my friends are. I might, like, bless them up or just give them something for free.
And going back to March 17th, that night, once you left your home with that Pathfinder, you were the driver the entire night. Is that fair? I'm sorry, I was speaking over you. Was that a yes or a no?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe you said you were okay with the car hopping, but you weren't okay with doing things other than car hopping. That's your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am. I wasn't aware anything else was going to happen.
But if your testimony is that if you had been made aware, you would have said, nope, I'm not participating in this.
Absolutely.
And you would have turned the car right back around and taken everyone back home.
Most likely.
Well, most likely, or no?
Objection, Judge. Speculation. They're talking about hypotheticals at this point.
I think it's been asked and answered, so sustained, but.
And in fact, when Christopher Horn had suggested going car hopping, You actually just wanted to do it closer in a location where there weren't so many people who could potentially catch you. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's your testimony that after you dropped Jaden Fernandez off that night, that you were simply listening to music and hanging out with Christopher Horn?
Yes, after I dropped Jaden off, that's when we got on the live video.
Oh, so that live video where you all were rapping about lots of different things, that was the listening to music?
What do you mean rapping about different types of things?
Well, you tell me, what was that song about?
That was.
Ooh. Good.
Oh, what was the song about?
Mm-hmm.
The song, that was Christopher's song. That wasn't me rapping. That was just a song on the stereo.
Oh, that was just playing in
Yeah.
the car that you're driving.
Yes, ma'am.
He's launched this song on the
He
stereo.
has the aux cord on Bluetooth.
So I understand that you're saying it's Christopher's song, but what was the song about?
About telling, like, I heard him say something like, oh, that pussy telling, and stuff of that sort. I think he said something about shooting someone. Like, I don't really remember. I only heard it for a little bit.
So the song that you're playing on, doing the live on your Instagram, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're scrolling through while you're driving, shouting out people who are commenting to you and Chris. Isn't that right?
I gave the phone to Chris, and that's kind of when he was showing the firearm that I gave him, and then he kind of passed it to me after that, and I was just like, I had it sitting down on my lap while I was driving, and then that's when I said I noticed people joining out of news, so I was like saying what's up to them.
And now somewhere in this time, Christopher Horn said he wanted to pick up some other friends.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it that you all were going to do?
Just hang out.
Where?
What Chris told me. I don't know, just go somewhere.
Well, you're the driver. What was the plan?
We didn't have any particular thing planned. We just kind of going in the moment.
The church where you're saying you picked them up is in North Fort Myers, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your home is in North Fort Myers, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am. Right down the road.
And you picked up Christopher and brought him back all the way to where your home is in North Fort Myers, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am. We didn't drive directly back to the house. That's when we drove to the AMC, then back to my house. And that's kind of when we picked up Jaden.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's kind of where we picked up Buster's friends at the church.
All over in North Fort Myers.
Yes, ma'am.
And for some reason, you drove all the way down to Cape Coral,
Yes, ma'am.
to the Marquee Cinemas.
Yes.
Well, were you going to go to the movies?
No, ma'am.
Were you going to go to a restaurant there?
No, ma'am.
So when you're saying that you're hanging out, does that just mean driving around?
Yeah, I would consider that hanging out just in the vehicle. I didn't know them, so it was awkward for me. But I don't know.
It sounds like it would be awkward since you're saying you don't know who these people are,
Yes,
but you're going to hang out with them for an indefinite period of time.
not indefinite, just for the night.
Well, when were you going to drop them back off?
I'm not sure.
Where were you going to drop them back off?
I don't know. They came to me in a car,
What car?
a white car.
A white car?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of car was it?
Don't recall. I know it was a 4-door.
Was that an SUV?
No, ma'am. A car.
Like a sedan kind of car?
Yes.
And the only thing you remember about it is that it was white?
Light colored vehicle. It might have been gray, maybe white, from what I remember.
A light or white 4-door
Sedan.
newer car, older car?
Somewhere it was probably I don't really remember. It was probably like a 2005, 2010,
2005 or 2010?
somewhere around that range.
And the white car rolled up to you. Someone else was driving the white car, or did one of these two individuals drive the white car?
Someone else was driving the car.
You know who that person was?
No, ma'am.
So they dropped them off so that you could pick them up?
Pretty much. We met at the church.
And now, again, this is the church that's in North Fort Myers. This is not where Christopher Horn lives. Isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am. It's a church in the middle of the neighborhood.
And he lived in Cape Coral,
Yes.
but this is a church near your home.
Yes, ma'am.
That's an answer to his objection.
Just saying.
Now, you've named two people here today that you say were the ones involved in the shooting.
Yes, ma'am.
JD.
JD and Trey.
Well, let's talk about JD. I assume that's a male.
Yes, ma'am.
What did he look like?
Black male. Probably had short hair. He had something over his head, so I couldn't really tell.
What was he wearing?
From what I remember, he was wearing black.
All black?
I think so.
Have any kind of accent?
He just kind of talked with slang, like.
And what about Trey? What did he look like? Well, I assume I should
Trey.
clarify, that's a male also.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he look like?
Trey was more brown skin or like light skinish than black, and he kind of had it looked like he had dreads.
And what was he wearing?
He was wearing a red hoodie or a jacket or a shirt.
Was he matching Christopher Moore?
They were both wearing red. Yeah.
Was he wearing a red hoodie or a red shirt?
It might have been a shirt. I'm not 100% sure.
But you don't remember.
I know it was a red top.
And so they were vaping and smoking in your rental car after
Yes,
you
ma'am.
picked them up.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to make sure that I understand where everyone's positioned in the car. You were in the driver's seat.
Yes, ma'am.
Chris Horn was in the passenger seat. Directly behind you was JD.
Yep. And Trey was in the rear passenger.
And remind me again, which one of them is who you said today is the one who shot Kayla?
JD.
So he popped out from behind your seat.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you've indicated you were wearing a Nike Tech,
Yes, ma'am.
but did it have a hood or no hood?
It had a hood.
You just didn't have it up?
No, ma'am.
The collar wasn't popped?
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, the part that holds the hoodie wasn't up, is that right?
No, I didn't have the hoodie up.
And you don't know which of the people in the back seat opened which one of the people in the back seat of the car opened the car first?
I'm not 100% sure. I just knew it was someone in the back seats. You mean when they like cracked the door open before we?
Right, you said that one of them opened the door and so it caused the car to beep.
Yeah, they cracked it. They didn't open it. They just cracked it.
But you don't know which one of them opened it
No,
first. But again, going back to what the plan was for that night, it's your testimony that you weren't going to go rob someone.
Yes, ma'am.
You'd abandoned the plan of car hopping.
That's what we were going to do. And then it just kind of, that's when we seen these girls. Nothing was ever planned. I didn't know anything was going to happen.
How many times did you drive past the girls?
I think we drove past them the one time and then made the U-turn. And then that's when I think that's when everybody got out. It might have been, I think we might have possibly drove past them one more time, but I don't really remember.
In fact, you drove past them once, twice, and a third time before you turned around and flashed them with your high beams. Isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am. I think so.
And in that time that you're circling back and forth, y'all aren't discussing what's going to happen when y'all stop?
No, man. We were just talking about, like I said, JD said he might have knew her. I don't know which one he was referring to, but he said he might have knew her. And like they wanted to say what's up. In my head, I'm thinking they just want to talk to her. Like, not talk to her, but like hit on her.
In fact, aren't you building up your nerve by driving back and forth to jump out and do this robbery together?
No, ma'am.
And when you get out of the car and everybody gets out of the car, it's your testimony that you stayed and watched while everything happened?
Yes, ma'am, for a moment.
Until you decided, of the three of them, you were going to go and try and rescue Kayla from JD. Is that what your testimony is?
I wouldn't say rescue. I just noticed out of the three of them, like Kayla and JD, they were really struggling the most out of them. And like JD, it looked like he was like about to attack her, like possibly maybe hit her with a gun. So I just kind of went up to separate them.
In fact, what happened, didn't you run directly to Kayla yourself out of the driver's seat?
No, ma'am.
Before you can even get there, these shots ring out is what your testimony is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But exactly what is it that you were going to do between JD, who you don't know and is more thug than you, who's beating up Kayla or fighting with her? What was the plan of what you were going to do?
I didn't really have anything set in mind. I just kind of like was like, my intentions were to just go up and like separate them. And cause like they're pretty much fighting in an altercation.
So the shots ring out and then you step in and say, it's okay, Kayla, I'm going to help you.
No, ma'am.
You turn to Emma and Luann and say, it's okay, I've got this. We're going to get you help.
No, ma'am.
No, in fact, you jumped back in the car and raced.
Counsel's gotta let the witness finish testifying.
He did.
You got back in your car and you raced all the way home.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't stay to help Kayla who'd been shot.
No, ma'am.
You didn't help Luann or Emma who had dropped to the ground in fear.
No, ma'am.
But it's your testimony that you tried to intervene between this JD person who was fighting with Kayla.
Yes, ma'am.
When you get back in the car, where is this shooter? Where is he sitting in the car?
He gets back in the same seat he was in.
Behind you.
Yes, ma'am.
And a few minutes into this ride that you're racing back home, he says, oh, I left evidence at the scene and I want to go back. Is that right?
He said the shell casing, he thought the shell casing was at the scene because I guess his gun was a semi-automatic. So
the guy sitting behind you with a gun who you don't know and is more thug than you
yes, ma'am.
is telling you to return to the scene.
Yes.
And you say, oh, no, I can't do that. We got to get home.
I just thought at the moment I was just panicked and I'm just thinking it's crazy. Like,
Who's Kalina?
Kalina, that was a female friend I was talking to.
And you talked to her or tried to talk to her the night of the murder?
Yes, I did call her.
Why?
So after this was after Horn left. I was stressed out. Like, I didn't know what was happening. Like, really, like, what went on. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it. So I'm just kind of stressing and I just wanted someone to talk to, type of thing. And I made a few phone calls that night.
Who's Daniel Martin?
Daniel Martin, that's my friend.
Who? How are you associated with him?
He's my friend.
Okay. And you called him the night of the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to him?
I don't remember. I don't think he picked up.
And what were you going to talk to him about?
I don't know. I was just trying to talk to somebody, clear my mind. I wasn't going to speak on what I just saw, but I just wanted to talk to somebody about anything.
And then immediately the next morning, after you had really wanted to talk to someone, you and your mom, or actually your mom returned the rental car to Hertz. Isn't that right?
My mother returned the car.
And you were obviously concerned that the car would come back to you. You testified to that, right?
Yes.
And your testimony is that you felt that you were being set up?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, when you met with Christopher Horn and his family, you'd already gotten rid of the Glock 27, isn't that right?
After, say that again?
When you met with Christopher Horn and his family, you'd already gotten rid of the Glock 27, isn't that true?
No, ma'am.
I have just a moment, Your Honor. I need just a moment, please. And you did go meet with Christopher Horn and his family, right?
Yes, ma'am.
To figure out what to do about this mess?
It wasn't planned or anything. They just kind of showed up to my house out of nowhere. And I walked in the living room and saw my mom out there talking to them. So I was like, I didn't know who it was. So I just went out there to see. And I seen Buster in the back seat.
You never met with JD again?
No, I never seen JD after that.
Never met with
Never heard
Trey?
from him. No, ma'am.
The only person or family you met up with was Christopher Horn and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
I think he did very well.
Ms. Wolf mentioned that you were driving back and forth, building up your nerve, right? She asked you about that on cross-examination?
Yes.
How fast did you pass them how fast were you driving when you passed them by?
From what I remember, we were going pretty slow.
Okay. And you had nothing covering your face?
No, sir.
And you were looking right at them, checking them out?
Yes, sir.
You weren't building up your nerve, right?
No, sir.
Are you nervous here today?
A little bit, yes.
A lot of it, right? When you met with the Horns family and the Stewarts, they were giving you instructions on how to dispose of the evidence. Is that
Objection
true?
asked and answered on direct.
Overruled is that objection.
Objection as to relevance and outside the scope of cross.
Oh,
What was the question?
They were telling you how to dispose of evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And they told you how to get rid of the Glock.
No.
All right. They told you had to get rid of the Glock.
No.
What happened to it?
I sold the Glock.
Okay. How?
On Telegram.
Were you scared that having a gun would link you to this crime?
I didn't have a gun. The only gun I had was the 1911, but Christopher kind of took it when he left that night.
Did you see him discard the gun?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you what he did with the gun?
Yes.
What did he do with it?
He told me in jail. He told me he threw it in the river.
Okay. Did he tell you which one?
Yes.
Which one?
The one behind his dad, the canal behind his dad's house.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
all right. All right, sir, you can sit down.
I mean, I just don't see how you can convict him. I thought he did excellent. I thought he was very, very good.
All right, Mr. Wheeler.
This time to the arrest.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you back to the juror for a few minutes. We're going to talk scheduling. I'm also going to ask you some questions about scheduling when you come back out. So we'll see you back there.
All right.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go.
Let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. So scheduling wise, at this point, it's 5:30. Both the state and defense have rested. I can clear my calendar for Monday, presuming everybody's in the jury is okay to come back on Monday, where we can do closing arguments and also our charge conference as well first, and then do closing arguments. Is that okay with both parties?
I'm sorry.
That's fine. We still want to have the potential opportunity for a rebuttal witness, but we'll talk about that. If we do, it will be very short. Not for today, but for Monday before we.
Well, I kind of like to know for scheduling purposes.
I need time to think about it based on what Mr. Stein said on the stand.
Okay. But are you talking about one rebuttal witness?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And you're okay to come back Monday?
I am, Judge.
Okay.
I'm here at the court's.
I don't think it'd be appropriate to try and make the jury wait and for us to do our charge conference, closing arguments, and all that, and have them start deliberating tonight, because I think it would be very, very late. and they've been here all day.
Right, Judge. Does the court want to have them come back at noon on Monday? That way we can do what we need to do in the morning?
Noon might be a little bit late. I would be okay with a little bit later Monday morning. Let me just see. Hold on.
The DA is like, oh,
Right now, my judicial assistant is scrambling, trying to figure out what she's going to do with the hearing scheduled Monday morning. So, let me just take a look. I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me take a short recess. I'll go upstairs and make sure I can accomplish everything and what time would be appropriate to start back on Monday. My inclination right now, I'll just tell you, is probably around 9 o'clock. But let me just see what else I've got.
Just so we know it's 5:30, the jurors are back. They're kind of waiting for us to.
I'm in a hurry. I'm in a hurry. I'm not going to keep anybody waiting unnecessarily. All right, we'll be in short recess.
The state, they're like, oh shit. The state, they're like, oh no, we've got to scramble. We're going to have to scramble here because he did really well. Our main witness, who we didn't call ourselves, did not do well. The snitch did not do well. Therefore, the defendant did incredibly well. Oh, crap. We need a rebuttal witness here somewhere. And I imagine it might be one of the victims. Just to restate that they saw him approach her with a gun. Just to cement that again, maybe. I don't know, but I don't really know what else they're going to do, but I don't see how you can convict him, personally. He didn't even say that the guy that's in prison was the actual shooter. This is a bizarre case. Marky, always pumping, son, always pumping. Whenever I see the sugar daddy around, I always pump. Have you got leg weights there when you're out walking? No, do what bad as I don't. So I've been struggling the last few days. Maybe Bex can tell me with a bit of shin splints and also my hamstrings have been very tight. They're fine now, but if I walk like tomorrow, I'm gonna go for a big walk tomorrow, and yeah, my hamstrings will be tight like anything. So I've avoided getting the weights for my ankles yet, purely because stretches it fine. I don't stretch, you see. I just go. I don't stretch before or after. I just go. I'm hoping to do about 5 miles tomorrow, up some hills and stuff. I don't stream it because it's way too early for all of you. So, I know I don't stretch. I know recovery is just important. I know. I need a massage. I do. I've only ever had one massage in my life, right? And she said I had loads of knots in my back. I remember so well afterwards because she never told me to drink. She said drink water. She didn't tell me to do loads of water. So I only drank a little bit of water. And then I found out, no, I should have drunk gallons of water after the massage. Well, I sort of do, Dave. It's not on the coastline, but I do. I think wherever I've shown you my walks have been very pretty, I think. You know, the countryside, not coastline, but countryside. I always stretch and take a foot bath afterwards with some lavender oil. I don't take lavender oil, but I do take a foot bath because I've got blisters, you know, so. What is low in crime? Chat saying. I don't know what that means. Yeah, so I'll go for a good walk tomorrow. It's our bank holiday, actually, so everyone's off. It's a long weekend, so it's May bank holiday day. So on Monday, everyone's off work, or 95% of the country are off work. So everyone's going to get drunk this weekend, but I'm going to stay healthy and go out for a meal Saturday night with the parents. Then do walk, go out for a meal. Sunday, I've already cooked a meal. It's in the freezer. It's like a sausage casserole with pasta. No, I don't dismiss it, Dave. It's just I have to drive about 12 miles to get to the coastline and then leave your car and then, and all that. Can I go? I mean, you can go. We're back tomorrow. I can tell you tomorrow, Lady Di, what's happening. We're just waiting for the court to come back to tell us what time Monday. But yeah, you can go. Definitely, everybody can go. It's not a problem. I'll tell you what, tomorrow I'll be streaming tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central. They want to see the beach. It's just because the problem I got is I have to drive somewhere, then walk, and then drive home. And whenever I've done a walk, sometimes I'm sore, so that's the problem I have, So let me get into walking a little bit more first. And also, I'm not doing 10,000 steps anymore. I'm just walking, however much it is. I'm just walking up hills and stuff. Things that I'm going to struggle with. I'm trying to get fitter, rather than stuff. I watched a documentary about Wales and the beautiful coastline trail and famous bog snorkeling contest. The bog snorkeling contest isn't by the coastline there, Dave. It's in the middle of Wales. It's it's nowhere near the coastline, Dave. So I'm not really, yeah. The trail is nice, but it's very hilly, and you need somebody to drive you, from one end. And it's one trail I could do. It's about probably 16 to 20 miles. That's a lot. Do you know what I mean? Breaking stuff in slowly, yes. It's no point rushing. What is everybody else doing this weekend? I'm boring. I don't have plans. Same here. I'm boring as well, except for a walk and except for the stream tomorrow afternoon for all of you, the Ohio one. Then I'll probably do some more research for my football YouTube channel because I need to do that. So I'll probably do that later on and on Sunday. And then when everyone else is off in the UK on Monday, I'll be back streaming for you guys this trial. So, but it seems in Ohio, Florida, on Monday they'll get the case and they'll just deliberate until they get a verdict. So on Monday, expect us to watch a lot of Mexican food, maybe some UK, US food and stuff like that. So, you can watch the Savannah Bananas. Savannah Banana. Well, enjoy yourself tomorrow, Sarah P. Have a wonderful time, my darling. You deserve a day off. You deserve it. Just drive to the trail along the North Sea and walk 3 miles and turn around and walk back to your car. Dave, it doesn't work like that, Dave. Cheapers, David. Thank you very much, lovely. No worries, my darling. Thank you again for the coffees as well and for your sentiments as well. Katie, we're not done yet. We're just waiting for the court to come back. I haven't stopped it, have I? No. We're just waiting for the court to come back. My dad has 2 planes and owns his own flying club, so maybe I could get one of them to fly me. Ooh, there you go, Lady Di. You do that. You can go if you want, Katie. I'll see you at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon, maybe. I just wait to see what time they're back on Monday, what time the jury are back. We'll probably still be back at 9 o'clock. I may start a little bit later if that's the case, because they're going to do jury charge and stuff like that. So I might start it later Monday so we can just dodge all that and just come back for opening. Well, possible rebuttal witness and then obviously everything else. Russell Wilson, he might be playing, Sarah P, says Dave Hamburger. So yeah. He was actually drafted by New York Yankees and the Seattle Seahawks, yes. Just remember, please make sure you like the video stream if you can. That would be very gratefully appreciated. 100,000 people in town this weekend might need bail money. Oh no, Sarah P. That's a lot of customers, potential customers, Sarah P. Get them your card. Give your card out, Sarah P. You might get some new customers. So she will report back to you, Dave. Depends what time my hubby gets home. Yeah, don't worry, Katie. It's fine. I'll be streaming. Pop in, say hello. I'll say we'll be going live about 3:30. The court's back. I just seen the camera move. NASCAR racing. Dave, and also the bonus is Dave won't be here. He's watching racing, so horse racing. So anyone who wants to come tomorrow because Dave won't be here. For fuck's sakes, not for that. Sarapi, 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 Sarapi is lovely.
Sarapi, 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 Sarapi is lovely. Josie, I'm of turf, they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out I'm joking, they're lovely. Hippie chick, Marky C, Spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies and Marky, go have some fun now. Let's go, girls.
Oh, thank you very much. What's this?
Welcome.
Whale, what? Welcome. Welcome. I'm sorry, honey. They're not serving
Let
whale.
the record reflect State's President, Defense Counsel, and Senator present. I reviewed my schedule upstairs. Here's what I would propose is obviously we'll let the jury go. I have arraignments at 8:30 on Monday, so I would do those. It shouldn't take too long. I would have everybody, the attorneys, be back here at 9 o'clock so that we can go over and do our charge conference, go over jury instructions, and then have the jurors come back here at 10. Is that?
That's fair. Judge, I would just ask, the court had instructed me to send out what we believe would be the final instructions to Mr. Wheeler. I sent the instructions out on Sunday, the original, and then we tweaked some and resent them. And I'd asked if he would respond if there's any changes or corrections. I didn't hear from him, but I would ask that over the weekend that he gives us that time to talk about it, so we don't spend so much time Monday morning.
No, I want you to communicate between now and then.
Yes.
Okay, so if you've got changes or anything like that, like I said, all of y'all are excellent attorneys, and I think to communicate over the weekend and what you don't agree on, obviously, will be litigated, and so we can address that on Monday morning. But I just don't want to come in Monday morning and everybody say, "Oh, we haven't looked at it,"
Right.
Including the state or anybody else, because I know y'all are busy and getting ready doing other things, getting ready for closings and all that. But like I said, you can't finish a trial without jury instructions, so they're pretty vital in terms of finishing the case. So,
Is the state asking for lessers?
What's that?
Yeah, we have all the mandatory lessers. All the lessers are in, everything's in that we set in the original packet. These are all standard instructions. I put in there's some blue highlighted that we think we should ask.
I see you've got about 53 pages of instructions to read.
I thought it was 70, but
Okay.
53, then that sounds
We'll make
good.
sure that's correct, but whatever I have to read, I will. But
And I did realize the principal instruction should have been inserted in a few more places, so we'll make sure that's inserted. Where it needs to
All right.
be. But other than that, it just that Mr. Wheeler, I've looked them over numerous times. I've had numerous people in my
Certainly.
office look them over, so he can just let me know.
Judge, if Ms. Miller would just be so kind as to highlight the changes she's made to the standard jury instructions, I might not have a problem.
I did it in blue, and I put that in email, some blue highlight.
all right, there you
I was thinking
go.
Please look. There could be. Judge Thompson does it. I am known to make errors in spelling or anything, so please look them over.
Not very often. All right. But yeah, just please look over those and communicate with opposing counsel over the weekend on the jury instructions. It's all right. I'm going to bring the jury back in, excuse them, giving them the same caution instruction, and let them go home for the weekend. Come back Monday morning at 10 a.m. Is that agreeable?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I
Yes,
will
sir.
not be packing on Sunday to go to the DNA conference. So.
The what?
I have a DNA conference I'm supposed to be at all next week, but that's okay.
Okay.
Trial takes precedence.
I would even tracking start since Monday.
All right.
Is the court's practice to charge and then go into closings or close?
Closings, and then I read the instructions.
All right, Judge. Thank you.
Yeah. And then that's why I think I read it in the preliminary instructions to the jury as well. Okay. All right. Let's bring the jury back in.
So I'm probably going to go.
And of course, I'm going to inquire of the jurors, make sure there's no conflicts with their schedules for Monday. Yeah.
I'm probably going to go live at 10 and skip the charging conference, people. So just so you know, so that'll be 10 o'clock Eastern. I'll probably go live then because there's no point listening to a charge conference.
Jurors entry.
All right, please be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I've discussed scheduling with the attorneys. Now I'm going to discuss scheduling with you. Obviously, it's 5:45 on Friday, and so the question for you all is there anybody, by a show of hands, who is not available on Monday morning? Seeing no hands. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to have you come back on Monday morning at 10 a.m., okay? You'll let your time to get in here. But is there anybody that can't be here Monday morning at 10 a.m. for us to resume with the rest of the case here? Okay. Then we will let you go. Remember my instruction. Don't watch local TV, read local newspapers, any online news or anything like that. Don't do any research, discuss anything about this case among yourselves, with your family members or friends. And we'll see you back here Monday morning at 10 a.m. With that, your excuse, your notepads here. We'll get back to you on Monday.
We'll just wait for Lady Di to leave and then we'll start the party. Sorry, Lady Di.
Let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. Anything else I need to address prior to Monday morning at 9 a.m. for you all? All right. Have a good weekend. Travel safely. See you Monday morning.
Sorry, they're saying something. Okay, thank you, Judge. He's just saying that I might be busy in the morning because he's got arraignment stuff at 8:30. Thank you, everyone. I will be live tomorrow for the Ohio's trial. So we'll watch the afternoon of that tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern. Hopefully some of you can join us. If you can't, that's fine. Sarah P, have a lovely day tomorrow. Tomorrow. And hope you all have a great weekend. If I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you on Monday. Some of you, hopefully, at around 10 o'clock Eastern, because I don't want to cover the charge conference. It's boring. So we'll go live at 10 and we'll zoom a little bit if we need to. So thank you, everyone. Take care of yourselves. Hopefully see some of you tomorrow. If not, Monday. Have a great weekend. Take care. Goodbye.